I bust down. I'm on my way up, going up now, and I ain't never gonna touch down. And I ain't never gonna. I ain't never gonna touch down. No, I ain't never gonna touch down. I'm up now, 20,000 on a bust down. I'm on my way up, going up now, and I ain't never gonna touch down, yeah.
There's a place where you can run free. Time does not exist. Take a chance when the road before us falls under our face. I can't hold on, I can't remain so strong. We have the same old bond, but everything is wrong. My love is gone, but I've been born. I can't break it on my own. When I'm alone, my love is gone. My love is gone, but I've been born. I can't break it on my own. When I'm alone, my love is gone. My love is. There's a place where you can run free. Time does not exist. Take a chance when the road before us falls under our face. I can't hold on, I can't remain so strong. We have the same old bond, but everything's wrong. My love is gone, but I've been born. I can't break it on my own. When I'm alone, my love is gone. My love is gone, but I've been born. I can't break it on my own. When I'm alone, my love is gone. My love is. My love is.
On the freeway, watch me chase back. Watch us gun black. Better obey me. Better obey me. Better obey me. gonna blip. Better obey me. Better obey me. Better obey me.
Stand in the open, knowing it will all make sense. One day, I'm looking for answers, slipping through the ocean sand. Wish you can take me back. You're standing there with arms wide open, where it all began.
just wanna feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you'll see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you out. I could be the villain. What good as a kid? Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first, cause we going, you going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have been trusting the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, you barely got breath. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. Sure. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come on my test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball on the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now really come on and we pull out with the action. Cause people defeat those they don't get it like.
So cliche, I see the sparks you throw my way. I know your name is written on everyone's mind. Your whole show is captivating me, but don't think that I can see right through that disguise. But when you got close to me, you had me falling so hard, baby, hard, baby. Yeah, now I get it. You got heads turning, I can see is we're drifting apart. I can't believe how
Hello everybody and welcome back to EGL. We finally made it. I am Colonel, beside me is Paka, and we finally made our way to finals. VBU, after getting knocked out all the way in round 1, has made the heroic run through losers bracket to make it back and have their rematch against Flippa Esports. I'm so excited. Paul, what are you expecting coming into draft?
Honestly, Colonel, I have no idea what I'm expecting. If anything special has been prepped for finals, all I know is that if Elemental Playoffs can bring us one thing, there are certified banger series every series. We've had a lot of 3-0s with that said, though. But you know what? I think that we might see this series go the distance, and both of these teams are in tip-top form coming into finals, so I think neither team here is going to give an inch to the other.
So and there we go, straight into draft. Expect a ton of mid-lane bans, especially against Krypton. He's been running a gauntlet down in the losers bracket, so expect a lot of bans pointed his way.
Absolutely, and I mean, you have to. They do also ban away that Ziggs flex that VBU have been showing in semifinals. That was very powerful for them, but honestly, we're going to say it on the desk every time. It's no longer scouting if you haven't heard of it by now. If this third ban isn't quirky, it better be the first pick, Colonel.
Yeah, I expect it to be at least one of them. It wouldn't be crazy at all for Flippa to be picking it themselves. They have shown capable on that pick, as have, honestly, most mid laners in EGL. But we'll see what they decide to do. I hope they don't take Hawkthorn's approach and leave it up for 3 games.
I agree, absolutely. And with that said, it looks like VBU Krypton are targeting topside with that Volibear and Malphite banned away here. Ridley Prime has been very impressive all season, so targeting him is appropriate, and with Flippa banning the Tristana, maybe having some PTSD from Kaiden, getting the Tristana insect in the base to save the game way back in round of 16. I mean, I understand the ban, Colonel, but that means Corky's on the table.
We'll see. They do still have that first pick to take one more pick away from Krypton. And wow, it's actually going to be the Diana. A lot of teams had been banning this against VBU because not only can it be put in the jungle to great use, but it's also a flex with Krypton, who everyone is clearly so scared of. But interestingly enough, after all of this is said and done, VBU has yet to pick Corky.
Yeah, they haven't, and I mean, maybe they want to hide the Diana flex. I know that Quirky is generally a disrespectful pick. I think it's something about the way that Krypton plays that lets him get away with it in almost every situation. So, I guess, draft theory-wise, it doesn't make perfect sense to pick Quirky so early in the draft, though I would have expected it. But that said, honestly, VBU Krypton going for a draft that is very centered around teamwork and early game focus with, I mean, a playmaker like Zach and an early lane bully like Ash, who's kind of interesting in the way that she bullies. It seems like VBU Krypton are actually going for a team fight wombo combo here, whereas Flippa are looking to play a little more individually with the Diana and the Mordekaiser locked in.
Yeah, and that might continue if we do see this Ezreal pick. Late game hyper carry hasn't exactly been as strong as others in the bot lane compared to earlier in the season, but still definitely an incredibly strong champion. And interestingly enough, VBU is pulling a little bit out of Flippa's card book because this is something that we've seen Flippa use to great effectiveness. I remember Game 3 had that Ashe pop off from Riv 60, so taking it away from him, and there it is. That's going to be the Corky.
It is, and now VBU have set themselves up for something they've been doing all playoffs. They have that late game team fight comp with the Quirky and the Zach being shown already. I only expect more scaling to go to the side of them, but at the same time, I think that the Ezreal pick here on Blue 3 is really impressive, especially coming from Riv 60. Because Riv 60 is one of the best auto-attacking, A-clicking ADCs I've seen around, but he's no slouch on Ezreal, so it's very interesting to see that in Game 1 of Finals, they're putting him on this champ.
Yeah, it's super interesting, and Ezreal is actually one of his highest mastery champions, although you don't really think of that when you think of Riv 60, right? You always think of the Ashe, you think of the Tristana, you think of the Caitlyn. Ezreal isn't exactly what comes to mind, but as we go into the second round of bans, again, in the mid and top lane, solo laners are getting banned out pretty heavily. This will be the Cassio, who has gotten buffs, looks way stronger on this current patch, and the Mundo also take it off the table.
And I mean, these are some of the new powerful picks that we see from the beginning to the end of playoffs starting to show up. At the beginning of the playoffs, Casio and Mundo would have trolled to be on the ban table, but instead we get to finals, and here they are being taken away in phase 2. So I think something that it kind of goes unnoticed throughout a team's playoff run is being able to adapt to a meta change so close to finals.
Absolutely. Now, checking out Flippa's final ban, it was the Silas, so that is pure respect to Akbalo, because usually when we see the Silas ban and it's banned in the first round, it's a nod to the fact that Krypton can put that in the mid and the top. It's a very, very powerful flex pick, but now that the Corki's already been picked, that is purely for Akbalo up in the top side.
Absolutely, Colonel. As Galio is being locked in potentially for support, which is very interesting coming from VBU. We haven't seen Islamic Samurai on much that isn't set. And honestly, I'm just excited to see what Islamic does with this, because I'm not really sure what he looks like on Galio.
Yeah, I'm not too worried. He has shown to be pretty proficient champion, but now it's counterpicked into Leona, so it will Leona Ezreal lane going in for Flippa, and now they still have this last pick, and it actually might be the Jace. That would be kind of crazy. I'd be incredibly surprised if they do pick this one, Paul.
Honestly, yeah, I'm kind of confused. Is the visual flipped? Are Krypton on blue side? Because Flippa are being shown as they lock in set. I thought maybe that's an Akbalo bait. They're maybe taunting Akbalo to lock in Jace, because for a second I looked at the comps and I was like, Diana jungle? Jace top? Is this VBU? And are the sides flipped for game 1? But I guess the set's locked in instead. Some baits at the end of the day. As the last pick going over to Akbalo looks to be a meme Teemo hover. It obviously won't be, but it's Nasus being locked in on the last second.
Interesting. We did see this just one time earlier in the playoff bracket, and it didn't look too bad. Obviously, a lot of 3-0s in VBU's favor, although clearly when you're on a team with Kyton, a lot of the times, regardless of what you pick in a lot of these lanes, all of the talk is around what you've given your star mid laner, but does have a win under its belt, fortunately enough. But now that everything is shaken out, really, really interesting drafts, other than the clear Corki priority for VBU, or the lack thereof for Flippa. Everything else looks to be a lot different than expectations.
Absolutely, Colonel. And I have a question for you. If you look at Flippa's top side, I think there's more questions that we maybe haven't noticed. Who's going mid? Is it Mordekaiser? Is it Set? Could it be Diana and Set jungle? That doesn't make sense. It has to be Diana jungle. But they have locked in Set and Mordekaiser as their solo laners, and honestly, that's something I glanced over at first sight and didn't really pay mind to, but what have they drafted to play into Corki?
Regardless of what they pick, even if the Diana isn't a solo lane and they're pulling something that's cheesy out, it's going to be a melee mid laner into Corki. So Corki's going to have himself pretty free early laning phase. He's going to be able to have the pressure in the mid lane, which is something that usually you hope that VBU Krypton does not have. That he has to work his way out of a hole in the early game because he's playing these late game scaling picks like the Corki, like the Victor. So this is an interesting draft strategy for Flippa.
It is, and even with Colonel, at the end of the day, it is going to be a melee mid, but honestly, I just can't wait to get to the loading screen, because this could be Mordekaiser jungle too. All three of these champions kind of can be played in the jungle right now, but I'm not really sure which one they're going to pick. And it kind of makes me really excited for game 1. It feels like Flippa came in with a lot of preparation here, and it seems like we're seeing maybe what scrims have shown them to be successful, and they're actually playing it out on stage in a finals. So, at the end of the day, looking at VBU Krypton scaling versus Flippa United's mid-game skirmish, Colonel, who do you have for game 1?
It's really tough. I think, honestly, draft-wise, everything's telling me to say VBU, but I really want this Bruiser, Bang Bros, Flippa United comp to work, so I'm honestly going to give it a Flippa.
You know what, Colonel? I'd love to play devil's advocate, but Honestly, I'm always a fan of innovation. VBU have done the same thing all playoffs, and if they can't be beaten on it, they can't be beaten on it. But at the end of the day, I like the innovation more, and I think that Flippa United's comp is exciting to watch play. So I'm gonna have to go with you on Flippa.
There it is. You heard us here on the desk. We got 2 votes for Flippa. You guys can vote in chat for who you think is going to win. But we are going to take a quick break before we head onto the Rift for Game 1. Stay tuned.
like me, don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like.
Oh, yeah. Are we talking about losing control? I'm gonna show you how we lose control, baby. Watch this. Look, Marty Mark. Watch the way I start up. I've been going hard, but I can go way harder. Every beat I'm on, yeah, you know that I slaughter. And I'm always looking gorgeous, chilling with somebody's daughter. Yeah, she loving me. Say she love the way my chain sit and cut the blade. And of course it says my name if you wondering. To let you know who's finna blow. Always win and check the scope. I'm only losing control. Oh. I like losing control. I get high when I'm feeling off
Hello, everybody. We are back and onto the rift for game 1 of Flippa versus VBU. I am so excited. This draft shook out in a really strange way. We'll have to talk about it more, but I am Colonel, as always, back Paul with me on the desk.
And Colonel, I think they're prepping for a no invade game 1. They have not answered my prayers. I actually, sat in my room last night and thought for hours about 5 games of insane invades, but alas, the 5-point is the setup, and honestly, no pause coming out as Islamic is still in
4
base,
point.
and 4-point has yet exactly, Colonel. The Exodia 4-point has been assembled, and Islamic is on the way. But honestly, Colonel, to talk a little bit about what we have seen unfold, we have Set in the mid lane and Diana in the jungle, and honestly, Zach, this is a mid-jungle favored matchup for VBU because Zach has the opportunity to play make early, whereas Diana needs to kind of farm to 6. A lot of players will choose to make plays on Diana anyway, but knowing Darkfire and his playstyle, Diana is going to be hard farming to get that Moonlight. And at the end of the day, with a melee into ranged matchup, I wonder what Set is going to do here. We were talking a lot during the break, but Colonel, what are your thoughts on this Set into quirky map?
So, I told you this during the break, and I will say it again. I did speak with Riv before the series started. He said that there is a slight chance that they'll bust something specific out in response to one of VBU's standard picks. I have to assume that that's this set, because otherwise there's no reason for any team with the brain to leave up Kyton's Corki. So, we'll have to see how Krypton plays. My best expectation, we were talking about it, is that maybe he is going to poor Islamic, but I'm going to expect him to just leave mid lane, sack some waves, go make some plays, and ruin the rest of VBU's map, and maybe that's how Flippa has prepared to deal with his quirky pick. But honestly, other than that, doesn't really sound like it'd be that good of a matchup in concept.
Yeah, it really doesn't, as there's a fight in the bot lane.
Wow, Sphira going in deep, and already the Ignite's put down. Islamic burning down pretty low, takes a Q. It will go down to about 20% HP, but that will be it. It will be an Ignite for nothing. So we'll see if they're able to get pressure off of that trade.
Exactly, Colonel, and unfortunately, I think that he's not level 2 because of the DC making him miss 1 creep of XP, which, again, super unlucky game 1 stuff we're seeing here so far. Hopefully that gets sorted out throughout the series, but honestly, Colonel, surprisingly enough, this set gets a catch, gets a nice trade here with the W, and it isn't looking that bad so far.
Also, interestingly enough, in the range versus melee matchup, Kyton does opt to go for Cole. There's a couple ways you can play this, right? You can assume that your Cole is just going to be really easy, and as long as plays don't happen in the mid lane, it's just net value. But you also can look for the early items to try and bully this range versus melee matchup. So maybe they have a better read than we do, because here he is leaving the mid lane like we talked about. He's going to try and make a play onto Akblo, queuing in. He does have the flash. He's going to flash straight into the base breaker, and that's going to force out Akblo's flash. This Nasus is super weak early, and now they've already forced a summoner in the top side.
They have, and that's something that really Prime is going to have to work with in the 1v1 here, especially with a slight XP advantage if they're able to push Nasus out of lane. If he can hit 6 first, Colonel, with the way that waves are going, and solo kill the Nasus off that flash, that could be very, very worth for Flippa in the near future.
And maybe this is why they had this pick prepared, because that could already work so well. It could already pay them off in so many dividends if Ridley Prime is able to really force on this issue. But meanwhile, the bottom side, they are getting pushed in as to be expected into this Ashe. So maybe next time around, Set will make his way bot side.
He will, and it looks like Darkfire set up for playing the bot lane. His fighting breaks out already.
Islamic going to be blocked in the Justice Punch flash. Forward is Darkfire is going to find E. Now stun Islamic. He's trying to heal away and fighting away. They're doing well. Now to get a lot of damage. He's going to get E. Spirit Stage people are so low. First blood actually going to Toxin. And now Allfire has arrived. Double kill, baby. Oh no. Flippa tried so hard, but they just pushed way too much. Now Ridley just has to escape, burning his TP for nothing. And he may even gift over his life. He's going to flash away. No one has their flashes to follow. But as an early triple kill on a Toxin.
It is, Colonel, and again and again and again, all of playoffs, it's like we're watching a broken record. Bot lanes overextend onto VBU and get punished. Spheric and Darkfire have no more catch left. They're still going forward with no CC in hand. And now Spheric is too low, and now they finally get the follow-up CC, but Spheric, you're on 10% HP, you can't go that far forward, and then it's time to turn, and the late TP comes in as the third player falls, and really Prime having to burn a TP there as well as a little salt to put in the wounds, Colonel, and again, we're seeing it again and again and again. VBU play, scaling, and still find their ways into early leads.
Yeah, and now, honestly, I do have to give some credit where credit is due. Knowing their jungler was closer and knowing that they could kite, they could get the damage, and now making a play straight on the mid lane. They know Krypton is trying to push into Rome, and now he's got everyone in his mid lane. There's no way you escape this. He's going to get the Justice Punch straight into the knockup. They'll gift it over to Kyton. This is your carry in the mid lane. Now this is 4-0 to VBU.
Yeah, and Colonel, we're seeing Krypton get punished for burning his flash topside in trade for Nasus's, and now, because of the TP play that happened bottom, not only is it no flash for mid, but he dies as well for it, and oh my, have the roam from Islamic to secure the play, and honestly, the fantastic play from the bot lane so far has put VBU already 1,500 gold in the lead. We're only 6 minutes in.
That is absurd so early into this game. And now I have to watch out to see what Riv is able to do here because this is not an easy lane. You are an Ezreal. You started tier. This is not meant to be easy. Give your Ashe 3 kills in the opposite side and it becomes a lot more difficult.
It really does, but if there is some solace for Flippa, it's that at level 6, they are still the stronger team comp, and though they are down now almost 2,000 golds at this point, it all depends on the synergy of the Diana and the Sett and the Leona layering their ultimates and getting that damage down. So even though they are very behind in this early game off of what I'd say are 2 pretty big blunders, they have opportunities to play themselves back into the game, but it's up for them to find them before this game gets too late.
Yeah, trying to find their ways back in. Remember, scaling, although is very clearly in VBU's favor, both teams do have scaling options, scaling benefits, and all eyes will be on Riv if you're talking about scaling for the side of Flippa, as Ezreal still will pack a punch in the late game. So we'll see what Flippa can do to try and get this Ezreal back into the game after that early blunder.
Absolutely, Colonel. And I think that's going to start with maybe a play around actually Rift from the top side as Krypton actually searched for Allfire. I don't think Krypton has any catch. It is set at the end of the day. But yeah, Colonel, and I think that has to happen with the mid-jungle duo getting into the game first, because I think playing around bot side right now is really hard because I think Ashe has a lot of control over the way this lane goes at this point. And Darkfire and Krypton as a duo have to be able to get on the map with this set pick, with this Diana early, and find a play to get gold back into their pocket so that when next Drake comes around, they're able to fight it. So all eyes really have to be on Darkfire here to break from his full clear pathing that he loves to do so much and find that play to get his team back in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, the best place would be to start at these Drakes. Of course, VB was able to secure that first one, but losing to a scaling team and getting those early Drakes in the scaling team's favor are really bad. But Darkfire actually flashing straight into the ultimate, forcing Kyton's flash out. They're going to try to keep going, but Allfire is here to keep Kyton alive, and now the damage is coming across. Krypton with the big W to keep himself shielded. Islamic has arrived a little bit late to the play, but it looks like at the end of the day, no one left to die.
And a late Ashe arrow goes whizzing by, and might find Ridley. No. All is well and good after combat has finally ended for Flippa versus VBU in that stint. Honestly, Colonel, another flash burned for another flash burned, and still no kills. So I like that Flippa are trying to burn these flashes early. They're willing to trade their own. They do have the more mobile comp. As actually, Ridley Prime has a solo kill angle here, Colonel. If he R's, I saw it. Ridley Prime always has been throughout all of their playoff run a very, very safe top laner. Doesn't want to take the 60-40, but prefer making sure absolutely that he's going to win it. And now seeing Allfire
on the top side. His jungler has arrived, but if Allfire tries to make a play, this could very quickly devolve into a 2v2.
Yeah, and Colonel, it looks like Allfire, even though he's cleared out the ward, is maybe still looking for something. It's so interesting how he's waiting around this play, but Ridley Prime should do well to bait this in. Actually, I think that you want this if you're Flippa, because you have the turn, but Darkfire is already down onto the Rift Herald. Allfire doesn't pull trigger. Colonel, I'm surprised.
Everything is on a knife's edge right now. You can feel the tension in this game. Everyone knows that, honestly, if Flippa do make another mistake, that it could start to devolve. Now, Allfire did actually try. Ridley Prime felt pretty safe, though. But now Kyan actually going to get flashed on. That's the showstopper, but now the W is going to actually do the damage. Corrido with the solo kill. That's exactly what Flippa needs right now, and that's that special pick we were talking about.
It is, I mean, and I guess it's working, Colonel. At the end of the day, he finds the plays he needs as Islamic comes to hold the wave mid, but again, the solo bolo from Corrido on a matchup that we didn't think was going to work. We figured that outside of lane was going to be Set's impact, but Corrido said, no, Colonel, no, Alpaca. You guys clearly don't understand the power of mid-set into Corki, and he finds the solo kill all by himself, and honestly, signs of life from Flippa here. I know that the game isn't far from over, but Ashe already has the shield bow, so Flippa are on a bit of a timer here, and for signs of life, they're maybe back in the game off of this.
Yeah, and that's great timing. They did all get their resets 30 seconds before this Mountain Drake spawns, and that's some great stats to have against a late game team composition that does pack a big punch once Nasus starts to get those items under his belt, once this Corki starts to come online. So, honestly, this might be something that Flippa tries to prioritize.
It absolutely should be, as, honestly, I don't know if the contest around Dragon is going to come, but it looks like Allfire is just waiting for the bot lane to step too far on the minimap, and with a bot lane advantage as big as this, Colonel, I don't think this is worth fighting for Flippa, but if we know something about EGL, it's that we never really stop and think about our goal state before we make plays around Dragon. We just do it, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they do, but actually instead it looks like they're pivoting to dive top. This is really smart play from Flippa. Just as I called out all of EGL, it looks like Corrido's in the top side looking to dive Aquilo.
Corrido has gone all the way through the jungle to avoid vision, and now Corrido is here right as the TP comes in. Now that's going to be the moonfall. Aquilo trying to use ultimate, but Showstopper will bring him out. Actually, another TP is coming out. Porky, and with the package, Ridley has to flash away, but the autos are coming in. Kyan with one more rocket could find it, and he will. It's going to be Kyan with his second on the board, and it looked so good for Flippa. It looked amazing. They're trying to fight back. Corrido forward. He's trying to get the damage. That's a great E. Try and find the kill on Aglo. He can get the Kyan. He take the 1v1. Ends up being a bloody fight. 2-for-1 in VBU's favor. Now VBU can make a play on the bot side. Riv with a beautiful E to avoid that. Dark Angel was exactly what was needed, but they're going to lose an entire wave to this turret, and they already are 2 plates down.
They are, Colonel, and honestly, the macro looks... I think that there's nothing left here. And I mean, honestly, I could start walking down Corrido. He's very strong for himself now, 3-1-0, but Colonel, again, it just feels like this is the story of the season with VBU. It's that you can't let them have these hyperscaling picks, because even though that play in theory looked right, it looked so correct, Titan is able to TP in with the package and find the plays and find the punishes and find teams that aren't able to execute absolutely perfectly on plays and punish them for it. So, I mean, again, with Kaiden being very strong, you have to wonder if Flippa around next Dragon are going to be able to stake a fight with maybe Ezreal on one item, with maybe Set and Diana finishing their mythics to an item and a half, as well as actually Darkfire's caught out.
Allfire was there, and Darkfire had no idea he's going to die. To be the counter kill. Corrido trying to come in, and they've actually found Oxen shut down, going over to him, and you try to use the Galio to escape, cannot. Allfire still has the cell division. He will be popped under tower, but they have the HP bars to say, Corrido, he does not care. He'll sit under, and he'll get the W to finish it off. Corrido's on a rampage. Screw us for denying this set mid pick.
Yeah, and I mean, Honestly, it was very funny seeing Riv get creep blocked almost into the gray screen there, but at the same time, Allfire sets up in the right place at the right time, but Corito comes in to save the day with a huge E following up on Spheric's engage, getting the shutdown onto Toxin, onto this Ezreal, and even able to finish off the kill onto Allfire when it's all said and done. Now, actually, Corito can be under tower here because of set W, and you know that's why he's taking all this damage, but as the play fades, Riv took 3 tower shots getting blocked by a caster minion, and if he died, I think it would have made my night. I'll be honest, but at the end of the day, Flippa are back in this game, and honestly, it's all about this set mid pick. The one that we doubted the most is the one that is the sign of life for Flippa.
Oh, maybe caster curse in that as Corito will try and use a W. Showstop still has the flash, but he will not burn it. Oh, it looks like it's just barely not on cooldown, but that is a kill nonetheless, and Krypton, very much online.
Absolutely, and I think that was off cooldown. I think he needs to understand that he just needs to R flash there and give up his summoner. Though at the end of the day, he holds it maybe to make another play. He does give his shutdown. I believe that it was over to Corki if we're able to see a gold graph, as it looks like it's all VBU early, but you know that dip there is off that big bot lane play. I wonder how close Corki is to finishing his... Oh, never mind. There's actually fighting in the bot lane.
They're going to try and get Islamic, but Allfire is here. You might not want this. Spheric is so low already, and Toxin's going to get gifted yet another kill. Riv is under the tower, but oh, Darkfire has finally arrived, and Toxin dying yet again. Now they're going to try to fight on the top side. Actually, there's yet more killing. Darkfire will get himself the double. Now Ridley able to win that top side duel. And Riv, with so much damage, shut down, go over to him, and just when we started downing them, Flippa coming back with a punch.
And you know what, Colonel? I wouldn't be surprised if Ezreal had the most gold in the game now. 2 of his 3 kills are shutdowns. He has a 15 farm lead as well. And right before that fight, I was going to say, I wonder how close Ezreal is to Mermana. And there it is, just like that. Going from Toxin and Kaiden being the ones most ahead in the game to Rib just flying by them in that botched play bottom. And now we have a strong Ezreal, and I don't know if any of you have played against Ezreal in solo queue recently, but this champion either feels like it does nothing, but when it gets ahead, it feels like it is unplayable. So Riv is actually in a position to carry now.
And he was the big carry the last time these two teams played each other. It was Kyton versus Riv in all 3 games, and obviously Riv came up 2-1 in that, and now trying to fight for this Infernal Drake. They will be starting it up, force Allfire to eat out, and this very well could be Flippa's. Oh, Toxin actually gonna get stunned up, actually gonna knocked down, and oh man! Spheric absolutely obliterates him, and Ash dies for the 3rd time.
It does, and from 3-0-0 to 4-3-1, Toxin just walks in to contest the Drake by himself and costs his life for it. But honestly, Ridley shouldn't be backing down from these fights. I don't play as much Mordekaiser to be a critic here, but I feel like the angles onto Akbalo have been showing their head, and I just want to see Ridley Prime and Akbalo duke it out to the death so bad, Colonel, and I guess that's why I'm getting a little excited whenever we see action in the top side. But with that said...
Atomic, how do you always do this? You're everywhere! He's gonna get stunned up! Darkfire is going to die. He's trying to hex back out. Oh, he actually has a stopwatch to stall a little bit of time getting the shield, but Kyton with the back is getting the shutdown. Delivery system is beautiful. Now Ridley trying to fight his way out of 5, and he's going to fall. Corito may have just walked too far. He does have the W, going to flash away. Kyton sees the play in his eyes, but he does not land anything. But still, winning play for VBU.
It is, how good has Islamic Rome's timer been all season? He's got as crazy as, oh no!
Oh no, Toxin! He's gonna get the E, he's gonna get the W auto. Riv doing so much damage and just disrespecting how good Spheric has been on these solar flares. Every single one of them has been a stun.
Absolutely, and Toxin with flash up as well. He needs to flash that ability if he's alone in lane, but again, Islamic finding the play. And really Prime, honestly, if there's one thing I can criticize here, you need to flash now. You have flash. All game we've seen Flippa holding their flashes and just opting into dying, and I feel like Burrito even holds his flash for a very long time here, and it gives maybe Kaiden a solo kill angle if that rocket lands, or I guess a kill angle if that rocket lands, but I think the one thing that we're seeing from Flippa is, man, are they holding their flashes to make aggressive plays instead of trying to cover up from plays that VBU are trying to make. With that said, Ezreal has completed his second item off of another kill. The farm lead bottom is up to almost 30, and though it is matched by Kaiden, who is incredibly strong in his own right, it is really a duke between Riv and Kaiden in this game one.
Uh-oh, Kaiden, he is strong, but you're gonna get stunned up. You're gonna get a lot of CC. He's gonna get Showstopper too. And Kaiden, he doesn't matter how strong he is. If he's dead, shut down, going over to the set, just like the man we should be talking about all night. And now Solar Flare doing a lot. That's the Moonfall, and that's going to be 2 quick kills. Cell Division will stall it, but Darkfire smiting him away. Krypton will set up the W for yet another one. And now Ridley Prime on the top side in the Death Realm. Can he get even another one that he does not land? But Flippa starting to heat up.
Yeah, absolutely are, Colonel. And if there's one thing that I can say is, how freaking good is the bot lane of Flippa United? Riv and Spheric are absolutely on point. Even going down 3-0-0 off a botched play, they have found almost, it feels like the skill shots are, not even skill shots, it feels like Spheric is pointing flick with his abilities, and at the end of the day, they find this pick because of Spheric's great Lunar Blade, or Zenith Blade, excuse me, and even then, he just finds more and more CC for his team to come clean up as the damage falls and absolutely obliterates Allfire and Islamic trying to save Kaiden, and at the end of the day, because of all this, can we see the gold graph just one more time? Because I think this Ezreal has gone from being just a little ahead of VBU to, honestly, if you look at him into the matchup, it's almost 1,000 gold in the ADC, the difference between the ADCs, and now Krypton has evened up his gold advantage with Kaiden, and it's looking up for Flippa now.
Oh no, Caster Curse at its finest. There's 3 men up in the top side. Ridley playing P.A.K.A. This is all his fault. Kaiden will find himself the kill, his 6th of the game, and VBU continue to find their picks.
And this is my formal apology to Ridley Prime. I didn't mean to get you ganked. I promise it wasn't intentional. You know, it happens to the best of us. Sometimes the caster just knows more. And at the end of the day, you know, happens. But Colonel, important to note, Drake up in 35 seconds. Set is topside. He does have TP. This is why they've set him up here. But honestly, with that pick going down to Ridley Prime, I feel like Flippa are going to want to contest this and push their gold advantage because they kind of have to, but they might be a little late here. Though VBU in their own right, because they made the pick topside, didn't instantly run bottom. It feels like they wandered around for too long. So at the end of the day, this pick might be a blessing and a curse. It gets them some gold, but Flippa still have position on the Drake.
Now getting set in there with the TP, actually getting both in with the TP. Ridley Prime here straight from base as well, so he may have died, but he is right on time for Drake number 4 as they will be starting it up. Ridley getting rid of the Blast Cone, and now there's just no way for Allfire to get in here in time, and that's going to be the second Drake, the second Infernal, and now they're going to be looking for Akbalo straight in with his Zenith Blade. His Spheric in the Moonfall finds them all. Now Galio trying to peel for his team, but Corky in the back, he's actually going to gift his life. That gets the kill, but his team has won the fight on the other side. Now the CC is coming in for VBU, and this is a massive team fight for them. Ridley can do everything here. He has to get the damage. He has the W. Krypton is trying to come in to save his top laner, but Toxin is kiting him away. You cannot Jason Ash. Oh, Islamic actually gets that kill from downtown, and now Krypton, Ash only tickles, but I don't know how much you can really get done here. The W. Oh, that's so much damage. Krypton feeling himself, but should be only. Oh no, no, Krypton, you cannot do this to them. Krypton is trying to outplay here. He's gonna find the W. Can he get enough damage? Flashing! Krypton! What are you doing? Toxin is gonna try and kite him, but Krypton, he doesn't care. Does he have another W? Does he? He does. Oh, it's so much damage! Toxin is trying to. They need to burn a TP to deal with Krypton. Finally, they kill him, kiting with the shutdown. But Krypton for the whole time.
Honestly, guys, Gore Drinker's a little balanced, as Krypton's able to 1v3 with set cooldowns, with the Gore Drinker healing him back up, and honestly, a spectacle to see around that Drake fight. I don't even know if the replay can capture the whole play, because we'd be here for the next minute and a half, because Set just can't die, and at the end of the day, after a huge Moonlight from Diana finding the 4-man and it just not mattering is weird. Honestly, I'm surprised. I'd love to, if we could go back and watch that play and break it down, I'd love to. But at the end of the day, Toxin's caught in the mid lane and...
Again and again and again, Spheric, he does not miss. Every single one of these solar flares has been point and click, and now pings are set for Baron.
Honestly, Colonel, might as well call Spheric Mr. Point and Click himself, because, I mean, either Toxin needs to get a new pair of dancing shoes, or Spheric just can't miss.
It is really disgusting how perfect he's been, but now they're looking for the fight. They're trying to find another Zenith Blade, but maybe this is not the one they want. Maybe a little bit overzealous as the damage is not coming in through yet, but Allfire is still in deep. He has to try and make his way out of the Death Realm alive, and he will barely get the Cell Division out, but Ridley Prime is right in his life. The Moonfall does not get the damage, gifting over his life is Darkfire, and now they have to run away. They have to try and kite this out, but the Ash Arrow from downtown Garrido hits, and now it's going to try it. Whoa, trade back in! That's a set damage if you've ever seen it. Now Garrido trying to fight his way in the 3v4. The damage is coming across, but finally he will fall. Riv still trying to kite back. He's doing a lot of damage, finally burning the flash. He's got one, actually. Riv, can he do more? He's got two! Now Islamic has to run away. He has the blast cone to escape. Riv has the E. He has another blast cone to catch, but now Toxin is here. He gets the kill anyway. Riv with the triple kill. He tries to get more. Toxin finally finding a kill on the opposition in the ADC, but what a bloody fight.
Yeah, and Colonel, I was gonna say, wow, what a blunder from Flippa. They try to find a fight, and honestly, even though Sphere can hit every skill shot, it doesn't matter. You're going in a little too deep there, but then at the end of the day, Sphere gets another Zenith Blade later in the fight. I wonder what we're gonna see. Spheric hit of Zenith Blade here is setting up the set for a huge Corki W. Sadly, we aren't going to see it, but then Rib absolutely goes to work, kiting like a god. And at the end of the day, Rib is able to chase down one. Maybe it's a little too much of a chase here with Ash's respawn timers coming up, but still another kill going over to him. Honestly, if you're Flippa, do you really care if the gold is on Ash at this point anyway? Her points of power are over, and honestly, even if Ash hits 3 items, she isn't one of those ADCs that deals a lot of damage, where now the Ezreal, 8, 3, and 10, 3 items, the Sherelda's Grudge. We don't need no Frozen Heart in this series. We are going for the raw damage, and now this Ezreal is going to hurt.
He's going to pack such a punch every single Q. 8, 3, and 10. So much credit to Riv 60. His kiting was so beautiful, and it's the only reason that Flippa still find themselves in a gold lead after all of that. After Kyton feels so strong, 9, 4, and 5 in his own right, and Flippa still in control, and now have control of the river with 20 seconds left. But VBU trying to push in the mid lane. We could potentially be seeing a fight here.
As we should, because honestly, if you're Flippa, you really want to stack these Infernals as fast as possible, because your comp needs to accelerate in raw damage, because your comp is the mid-game comp. Your comp just needs to be able to burst out the late-game carries of VBU. And at the end of the day, you need to stop the snowball if you're VBU, but it looks like the engage has to happen now, Colonel.
Drake is falling down, and now Allfire is actually the one-point trigger. He's going to get slammed back into the team. The steal from Darkfire, and now the Solar Flare finding all of them. Now finally cutting with the package, and he's doing damage. He's going to find one. Ash is going to find 2 on the backside, and now the team fight has fallen apart for Flippa. Everyone gets themselves a double kill, and now they have their eyes set on Baron.
And at the end of the day, Kyton just 1v9s another fight on Corki. Look at this package placement. Allfire makes a huge mistake here as the Drake is falling. The Drake is falling. He needs to stay by his team. He fight. No, Darkfire just pimp walks up, smites it away like it doesn't matter. But look at the package from Corki here. It's going to nail onto 4 people. And honestly, I just, you can't stand inside a Corki package for the whole time. It's just going to cost them so much.
And it does. Now, finally, VBU, although they have, wow, actually over a 3K gold lead, and now they have so much to work with. They have even more room to try and extend this with the Baron. And now, finally, VBU in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and I mean, again, with the skilling comp, they kind of get away with a little bit of what, honestly, it just just feels like you can't play 3 losing lanes in the world scale again and again and again. I'm going crazy, Colonel. I'm going crazy. But at the end of the day, it looks like they've gotten themselves into a position where they're in the lead.
Ash Arrow straight into Kirito. Oh my god, this W is ridiculous. Somebody please nerf this champion. Kirito is doing work on the set, and now they're actually trying to fight for this. Dogfire coming in with the moonfall. He's gonna find one. He's gonna find two. Allfire finally slaying him down, but Ezreal has the snipe from downtown, and they could potentially look to play for this. But Akbalo is here. Akbalo is on the flank. But now finally forced out as the rest of reinforcements have arrived. Now Spirik, it's boy and click, I swear. Akbalo is going to get CC'd up. He's going to get pulled back in with the Death's Grasp. That's a shutdown going over to Riv.
And honestly, every shutdown being found onto Riv is so important for Flippa staying in this game, because he just went from 4K, now we're back down to 2K lead for VBU. It's been 3K going the other way. The leads are flipping back and forth as both teams are finding a way back into this game. And if you look at the Baron power play, by the way, it's down to negatives. They actually are losing on this Baron power play. At the end of the day, they get the Baron, but at what cost? When Corki doesn't have package, they're just not able to fight when you're the side of VBU. And it looks like Allfire is prepping for an engage here, but some people might say that taking bottom inhibitor here is not the best thing, but with 2 minutes before Infernal Soul spawns, getting that extra pressure in the bot side is going to be very important for Flippa setting up around this objective.
Yeah, it should be. And now, remember, Riv is so strong, and having an Infernal Soul on top of some of these Ezreal Qs would be oppressive. I really don't know if VBU can win with that. And honestly, gonna try and see how much damage this Ezreal is gonna be able to do. Galio just finishing the Abyssal Mask. He's gonna try and help his team to finalize that damage, to finally get that amount to kill Riv. But honestly, it's an uphill battle against this Ezreal.
It seems like, with that said, Colonel, Ezreal clicks in and finishes that 4th item. He's got the Kempunk Chainsword. Maybe he shouldn't be the one building the heal cut. He should be able to go 1v9 hyper carry and build whatever the heck he wants, and his team should feel with the heal cut, but he is a great applier of that. And honestly, at the end of the day, the only thing that I'm concerned for is maybe Ezreal should have gone Hexdrinker this game. I feel like the only time the Ezreal has died is when Corki packages onto the line. And honestly, in that last strike, I don't know if it was that well enough by me, but Hedden literally packaged onto the backline and one-rocketed Ezreal, and he just died instantly. And it wasn't even close. So if you're Riv, the only fear you have is you have all this power, but you have to play the survival horror game that is the ADC role and find a way to duck and dive out of the way of the Corki, as Corki is going to kill you if he gets onto you if you're Riv.
Absolutely. Every single time he packs such a punch, and we've seen him do so well in previous series on this champ. So even though Kyton, he's only had a couple team fights this game that have been those pop-offs that we're used to seeing, but every single one counts, and now he has it again. He's ready to pull trigger, and every one of those rockets, see how much damage they do. Zach is pulling trigger. He's trying to look for the engage. He has the Q. He's going to take in Spirik, who cannot play his game. He's going to fully blow up. Now Set on the backside trying to do the damage for his team. But can it be enough? Riv is going to fall. That's going to be everyone falling down for Flippa and VBU with the perfect team fight.
It is, and now we've hit the hyper late game. Akbalo and Kyton both level 17, Toxin level 16. We've entered the late game, and we just see how powerful VBU's comp has become. This wasn't even close. The biggest part about Corki is that he has his package here, and that makes this play unplayable for Flippa. One rocket, and the fact that he has package is all it takes for Flippa not even able to stand into river. And if you look at the package placement here after the initial engage comes through, honestly, with a great arrow on the backside from Toxin, hitting the arrow onto Riv is very important there, but who cares that you have Set to stall out the Corki? Who cares that you have Mordekaiser to stall out the Corki? The package being placed down makes a river fight so hard to play, and that's why we're seeing VBU take almost any fight around a late game objective and just win it by themselves.
Yeah, that was exactly what they needed. Everyone on the team doing exactly what you need. That's a great point out on that arrow from Toxin. which is, remember, Riv is who we've talked about all game as being the damage dealer for Flippa, being this big hyper carry. And when you're stunned for what feels like a year with this Ashe arrow, honestly, it's near impossible for Flippa to win that team fight.
Absolutely is, Colonel, but with that said, I think it's important to point out that we're in 60-kill game 1. What is going on? We're only 35 minutes in. We're almost at 2 kills per minute, which is absolutely unreal stuff, as Allfire and Akblow might be caught here.
There's more kills to be had, and Akblow's on the menu. Shutdown, going over to Darkfire, as he will find himself a Nasus, and now they can push into the river, although those rockets do so much damage. Now they are going to be forced out, but Baron is alive. They do have a pick. It looks like Riv is going to be starting it.
Absolutely, and with no quirky package now, VBU's comp is very different. VBU's comp is so based around timers. Even with quirky and base now, it looks like they just have to hope for the Allfire super steal.
He tries to do the drive-by, but Darkfire has been very, very good with his smites so far this game. He did get a steal earlier, and he does secure this one.
Oh my god, Colonel, I saw it. For a second, I saw it. I thought that we were going to see a game 1 steal, as Spheric is not in the right spot right now. But
he's not able to back. He's going to get caught. He's going to get locked up. Galio trying to peel for him, but the GA is popped. And now they're trying to wait for reinforcements. Kain is here. The TP's coming down. Can they get out of this pit? Garrido has arrived, but I don't know if you win this one. Riv is over the wall. He cannot help you. He cannot get the damage. The W does big work, but Riv cannot get in. He cannot deal the damage. And Flippa overextend.
And Colonel, they're going to look to end the game here just like that. They were in a position to have Baron, and it seems like Baron is one of the curses of game 1, as it looks like Baron power plays from both teams almost are game losing as they're walking into the base. Now, with Baron by their side, there is a chance they're able to hold, but it is 2v4 as VBU marches in.
Oh my god, look how strong these Ezreal Qs are onto everyone except for Aklo. Aklo is their only real tank. Even Zach feels like he's getting shredded by each one of these Qs, as Ezreal feels so confident to eat aggressively at this team, and they're forced back. They can't even touch either the Nexus towers.
And you know, Colonel, I actually, when I said that, I thought that it was almost a fact that the game was going to be over, but Ezreal is just too strong right now. And honestly, you do say that Akbalo is a tank, but it feels like every time we see Akbalo get caught out, it's not even close. He just instantly dies. So with the Shiraldas and all the AD that Ezreal has, in my head, I'm really thinking, honestly, it doesn't feel like VBU have a tank right now into this Ezreal. And that's a really weird thing for me to say, because I don't feel like Ezreal is the typical tank shredder, but at the end of the day, when you're 4.5 items in 37 minutes with 3 Infernal Drakes, I guess, and no one's a tank anymore.
Absolutely. 10, 5, and 12. Riv 60 is so strong. Now we are 45 seconds away from Soul. Spheric may be caught here. No, Allfire does not pull trigger. They do force him out, but that's actually the TP coming in from Kyton. Kyton has himself a package. Ooh. That is the most terrifying thing to see behind you when you're a Leona, but unfortunately they will not be able to look for the fight, and we'll see if that's going to time out before the package there. But keep your eye on Ridley Prime. He's pushing in the top side.
He is, but Colonel, this is so point for both teams. I think that he needs to TP down early to help his team fight for the position, because look at Flippa, they're dead in the water as Allfire goes over the wall.
Watch out for Riv. He's gonna get blown up immediately. There's no chance to fight. And Kyton has his wreck of the backside of Flippa. Now Mord is going to try and keep pushing, but it seems doomed as there's a triple kill for Kyton. He's gonna get the tower, but he's going to have to TP if has any hope of trying to save his team. Can Akbalo do any damage first? No, the rocket can, no. And now Kyton waiting for this wave. Ashe did push it in, and now they can siege.
And Colonel, again, there's no Ezreal up this time. They are 2v4 in the base. Akbalo almost has TP up. It could be a 2v5 before they respawn, but the inhibitor saves the day.
That is the clutchest inhibitor respawn of all time, and they lost themselves a wave for that. So they have to wait for another wave to come. Nasus is trying to bring it in. They may have caught Ridley, but now the set going to be going in the backside. Showstopper trying to get the damage. The W comes across to sell the vision, for what you need out of that Zach. He's going to stall the time, but the reinforcements are here. Leona has arrived. Toxin getting one, but the health bars are starting to deplete. Riv is starting to deal the damage, and he might potentially do it. Can they lock him down? The Qs are continuing to fight it. He finds one. Can he do it? No, but the towers are just going to fall. He cannot carry this team alone, and that is VBU taking game one.
And at the end of the day, Colonel, they get the reinforcements up in time, but Darkfire dies without getting his Moonlight down. They just get bursted out of base. They're going in too aggressively, trying to turn the play for themselves and win the game by themselves, but they need to be more patient. And I feel like every single week we have to tell teams, even though the set was admirable, it's simply too hard to play around Quirky Package in the neutral. It's just not fair. It's just not balanced. And at the end of the day, we're seeing another team fall to Titan's Quirky. I mean, it's because they get so ahead, even when they get the tempo, even when they get the Drakes, when they only need to secure one more. Quirky shows up to a neutral with a package, and it's just GG. But with that said, if this is any signs of what the series has to come, we're going to be in for so many crazy games coming up.
It'll be a ride. That was incredible. What a way to start off EGL Season 1 Finals. I can't wait to see what's going to be in store for us for the rest of the games. We are going to take a quick break. I'm going to rest my throat up before we head into what's probably set to be yet another banger for Game 2. But don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
It's the calm before the storm. Things aren't as they were before. You best start bracing. Did you think you could keep us out? Shut the gates, forget us now. Tides are changing. Can you hear the sound? Can't stop us now. We're not back in town, know what we're doing. Things are about to change, it's evolution. Voices shake the ground, you feel it moving. We're the revolution. Can you hear the sound? With the ground beneath your feet, with a whisper in the trees. Do you feel us watching? Hunger in our eyes, victories on our minds. It's our time to rise. Can you hear the sound? Can't stop us now. We're not back in town, know what we're doing. Things are about to change, it's evolution. Voices shake the ground, you feel it moving. We're the revolution. Can you hear the sound? We're not back in town, know what we're doing. Things are about to change, it's evolution. Voices shake the ground, you feel it moving. We're the revolution.
Hello, everybody. We are back into draft for Game 2 of Flippa United versus VBU Krypton. We had a banger of a Game 1. I want 4 more games of that straight in my veins.
Yeah, and Colonel, honestly, I think the total was 70 kills, potentially. I forget the exact number, but honestly, wow, that must take a lot out of players being in and out of gray screen, fighting to the death, almost on cooldown all game. But with that said, here we go into Game 2. You know, if I'm Flippa United, I'm thinking, okay, let's all think here, let's all focus here. What do we need to change in bans? And Colonel, I think you know what it is.
I think they do too. That was the fastest second ban I've ever seen. Straight into the Corky. Thank you, Flippa. I do want to point out that Flippa are back on blue side, so they are confident in a lot of what they have prepped. They don't want to switch, get themselves that last pick, counter pick. So obviously, although they are changing the Corky, maybe not everything is going to be changed.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I don't think that there is much to be changed at the end of the day. I think that these teams look very even. I think at the end of the day, Corky was able to put out enough damage to win the game all by himself, but I really don't think too many adjustments need to be made. Honestly, Colonel, I've been thinking about it a lot recently, and I think that Corky being in the game for VBU kind of makes it a weird judge of who's stronger right now. And I think this is the first game we're going to see of both of these teams truly in the neutral and see what both of these teams have to bring to the table in finals with Corky as one of the bans.
Yeah, VBU has been carried a little bit by the luxury of having a package to carry those mid-game fights, carry those late-game team fights, because you don't have to have your tank be the trigger pull when you're confident that your mid laner can pull the trigger and deal the damage. So now VBU have to really show what they're capable of in those mid and late game fights without that freebie card. And interestingly, Flippa going to stick to the Diana for Darkfire, but this time around VBU did have the Ziggs left up for them. They're going to take that right away.
Exactly, and again, I mean, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but VBU opting into the scaling early on in the draft. The Ziggs was banned away in Game 1. They had to flip it out for the Corky. They clearly don't want to see Kyden back on that Tristana, so Zigzag being the picks for VBU, it's just what they like to do. It's like they like to sit into the late game, but honestly, I haven't seen this before, but I think we might be seeing a Varus locked in for Riv 60 trying to punish that Ziggs, and there it is. I've never seen this pick before, but I like Varus a lot right now, and I'm excited to see what Riv can do.
Yeah, I guess it's the story of the night. We haven't had too many characters where we're like, that's a Riv 60 champ, but obviously he was popping off on that Ezreal, so I'm not going to expect anything less on this Varus. And now also the Thresh locked in the bottom side. Honestly, Spheric was my MVP all the way up until he lost Game 1. I felt like regardless of the end of the game, he was individually popping off. Everything he was hitting was spot on. So putting him on a carry champ, something that if you hit your shots, you just sort of win.
Exactly, and I mean, with Spheric on a point-and-click champion as well, I mean, do you really even need to worry about hitting your shots in the first place? I mean, this man is so point-and-click. We're seeing the Thresh locked in for him. I am part of the Spheric fan club over the course of playoffs. He's convinced me. With that said, we haven't really talked about it yet. The Camille being locked in for Akpolo, a really, really powerful champion, especially in high elo right now, and we don't see it picked a lot in gold, but it's strong enough to be blinded right now, so let's see what Akpolo can do on it.
Yeah, we also have to see if he does decide to take a Ignite TP. We have seen a lot of Camille's trying to do that. But now looking into the second round of bans, lots of it is going to be focused around the mid lane. Cassio, again, we talked about it Game 1. I'll say it again. She looks gross on this patch. And now also the Aurelia off the table. I would be scared if Kyden could get his hands on this new Aurelia.
Yeah, honestly, I think he played it once against Hawthorne in Game 3, the 15-minute, everything went very poorly game. But honestly, I would be afraid of Kyden on Aurelia too, though he is known for his Corky, because that's what gets let through. There is a reason you never get to see Kyden's Yone. I've played against it myself, and honestly, it's just such a scary threat in the game. With that said, Galio and Aurelia being banned away for Flippa, Renekton, Casio being banned away by VBU, and Leona being locked in to try to counter that Varus Thresh.
Yep, and leaving R5 up to Kyton. Don't expect anything less out of the drafting for VBU Krypton. He is your star for a reason. Now we'll see what Flippa decides to answer with a safe top and something that they feel confident playing into Kyton in the mid lane, and that will be Shen up in the top side.
And I mean, honestly, this is another pick I haven't really seen from really prime to my memory recently. Maybe I'm just blanking on it, but honestly, I'm excited. Shen brings a lot of threat to the bot side fights that Flippa and VBU are both fighting towards so often. And with the Syndra hover for Krypton, this champion just got buffed. She's back in pro play, and that means she's back in amateur as well. If this pick just gets locked in, we're going to see Krypton. Oh, at the end of the day, he's back on his Victor. It's staple, it's signature. It's sad to see. Honestly, I would have loved to see Syndra. I kind of miss seeing her around so much, but oh no.
I had a feeling that we'd be seeing this one tonight. Graves in a solo lane. When you see this draft, they're missing a little bit of AD. They only really have the Camille in the side lane. So giving him an AD champ in the mid lane is going to be the Graves, very much fitting the bill that is Kyton in the mid lane. He likes to play these lane champs that become menaces in the late game, and Graves, he fits the bill.
I mean, man, honestly, I kind of like got a little excited. Like I did a little dance when I saw the Graves get locked in. I think this champion is so cool in lane. It is my arch nemesis in the jungle. I have personal grimaces against Graves jungle, but Graves in lane, yeah, you were right. I mean, fits Kyton perfectly. It really is that scaling mid lane pick with a lot of, like, you know, pushing back. He could even go the Cole, which Kyton loves to disrespect every other mid laner in the league and slam that Cole in a lot of matchups. Who knows what he's going to do? We've never seen him play before, but with that said, VBU Krypton, 3 scaling lanes. Scaling jungler, Zac can make plays, though honestly a little weaker than the Diana early. And we're seeing Flippa with a similar comp that they played in game 1 as well. A little more scaling in the mid lane. Maybe it'll prove to be enough, but we're seeing if a team can punish VBU and their late game team comps. And Colonel, with all that said, do you think that Flippa can do it this game, or are VBU just too stable and just too good in the late game?
Honestly, I am not sure. I really wanted to believe the innovation was fun to watch last game, and it was a close one. But this time around, VBU very much, other than the Graves pick, incredibly standard. We've seen a lot of Camille in the top side. We've seen Ziggs all throughout their lower bracket run. And honestly, Toxic Ziggs looked really good. I think that was the champ that is hard to impress people on, as Ziggs. In my humble opinion, I think that you just sort of throw out your Qs and deal a lot of damage, but I feel like he played it really well, and seeing him back on it, I liked it on the ban list, and honestly, it's so stable that they're setting themselves up to have Kyton carry, so honestly, I'm trusting VBU on this one.
It is, and it is a really weird pick at the end of the day if they decide not to go for a split push comp here, Colonel. Because I've been thinking about it a little more. The Graves will get outranged by the Victor and the Varus zoning, but at the end of the day, I think that's something that VBU play really well are the side lanes, and if they can get to the late game with that Camille and that Graves in the 1-3-1, I just don't see a way they lose. So this game, I'm going to flip on the other side of the coin as well. I'm going to go over to VBU. I think they can take this. I believe in the spicy pick. Honestly, Colonel, I've been thinking about it a little more as well, and I feel like I really just pick whatever team's draft I think is spicier. So, no reason to start breaking that now. It's VBU for me in game 2.
It's not often that you see me and Paka agreeing, but second time's a charm. Hopefully, we will be taking a quick break before we head into game 2. Flippa United versus VBU Krypton. Stay tuned.
I get the shivers whenever I'm thinking about you. Just wanna live and live without you.
trying to fight it. Getting these voices inside to stay quiet. Going to the place where all this began. To start again. Oh, you won't see the light until the dawn breaks. No, till it's all said and done, you won't know what it takes. Gotta make a wrong turn and turn around. Gotta fall fast to pick yourself up off the ground. Until you get lost, you'll never be found. And you can't start again until you break down. Break down. Until you break down. They say, be meek. Look beneath the bed before you go to sleep. Keep on, I shine. You'll surely get burned if you reach out and touch. My mind is a battle, I'm trying to hide it. Getting these voices inside to stay quiet. Going to the place where all this began. To start again. Won't see the light until the dawn breaks. No, till it's all said and done, you won't know what it takes. Gotta make a wrong turn and turn around. Gotta fall fast to pick yourself up off the ground. Until you get lost, you'll never be found. And you can't start again until you break down. Break down. Until you break down. Oh, you won't see the light until the dawn breaks. No, till it's all said and done, you won't know what it takes. Gotta make a wrong turn and turn around. Gotta fall fast to pick yourself up off the ground. Until you get lost, you'll never be found. And you can't start again until you break down. Hold on, hold on. It's not lost, you're not lost. Hold on, hold on. It's not lost, you're
Hello, everybody. We are back, heading straight onto the rift for Game 2 of Flippa versus VBU. I'm so excited. We've got a Graves mid lane. Bo, talk me through it.
I mean, Colonel, this pick has been introduced into the community by, I believe it was LS. I'm not too certain. I'm sure there was someone always playing lane Graves beforehand, but what this pick does is it basically is able to push lane. It's able to get prio into a ton of matchups, and then it's able to base very early. And after it gets that early base, it gets that buy-in, and then it pushes out again and gets that buy-in. And basically, the objective is to keep Victor or keep the mid lane matchup or keep the top lane matchup under tower until Graves gets strong with a full lethality build, and then we just play to meme one-shot people. It's literally it. The whole, like, Graves doesn't become like this 1v9 hyper carry. He literally just auto Q, auto E, Rs, and then you're dead, and then you just respawn. And that's it. And it's just OP because you're able to kill someone in one auto attack, and sometimes that's all that matters.
It does so much damage. Oh, actually gonna have ourselves some fighting. Nothing should result from it, but both Kyton and Krypton will take a decent chunk. Krypton should not care. He does have himself the the corrupting pot, so not too much. But as we check out the jungle stars, it looks like both will be starting on the top side, although Zach is going leashless onto his chicken coop.
And I mean, this may be something that VB want to do to hide where the Zac could be. He always does show up bot lane at the end of the day, and I know that I see these patterns because honestly, I'm watching every game that's on stream, and I've been seeing a lot of VBU recently. He loves pathing down, and he loves making his first big play around bot side, and again, setting up with the full clear to do that once again is Allfire. With that said, though, Diana is also pathing down, so it seems like Diana may know what's up here. And we may see a very big fight level 3/4. Both of these junglers collide in the bot lane because I think that's the story of the series here. Can VBU fight off the pressure of the bot lane? And as they go in, I don't think so.
Doing a lot of damage. The arrow does land, but the hook is flashed out. That's heal and flash burned for VBU, and only an ignite on the opposite side for Spirit.
Yeah, and again, another play we see Bosch at level 2. Spheric and Riv are getting the advantage in level on the second wave, and VBU just aren't respecting that. Toxin and Islamic take so long to back off, take so long to understand that they can't contest the wave, and because of that, I mean, they're going to get caught again and again and again. That's another summoner down from the side of VBU early on here, and honestly, Colonel, with that said, every matchup is going to expectations thus far.
Yeah, they are. And honestly, now the only thing to keep your eye out for is what is going to happen on this bot scuttle, because both junglers are setting themselves up for a fight. And luckily for Darkfire, Rift 60 and Spheric have themselves the push. Graves does have the push in the mid lane, so he may be there first with the Ignite. Remember that he does have the combat spell, but Darkfire is here first, and he might be looking for a play.
He is, and again, it's that collision of the junglers in the bot side like we talked about. No flash on his Islamic.
He's the one that goes first, actually. And now he's trying to find Riv, but Riv is able to get it back. He's going to get ignited, but that's first blood going over to Diana. Now, that is the lantern. Does he take it? No, he does not. Allfire is here. He burns his flash. But they end up not being able to look for anything. Toxin's out of mana. You cannot fight with your Ziggs like this. That's going to be a free scuttle and the kill for Flippa.
It is, and with that said, Colonel, I think they're going to be able to freeze bot as well, so this play goes super, super, super good for Flippa. Honestly, we saw game 1, the play go the other way, but now Flippa have the tempo, Flippa have the advantage, and Toxin is too far forward.
Allfire is still here, though. He's ready and waiting in the bush, and now there's so much damage onto Riv, but he's able to pop the jungler, and now Toxin has nowhere left to run. Darkfire is doing so much damage. The Hail Arrows actually TPing to save their jungler. Allfire will revive. Now, Aklo is here. They're trying to lock down Darkfire, but Darkfire has a lot of damage. Allfire, you don't have your passive anymore, so he's going to get actually smited down by a Spheric. Aklo gets himself the solo kill onto Riv. He's able to chase him down, but Spheric slapping him with the hook will find the trade kill.
He will, and I mean, the TP down comes to salvage a little bit of that play, but Camille has to flash as well, and with a missed hook shot on the wall in the top side there, takes so long to finish off that kill, and now Shen's in a really strong spot in the lane here. I think he's going to be able to get a huge wave under tower. Aklo is going to be able to make it back for some, but this wave has been at tower for 10 seconds. I can't only imagine how much of a farm lead Aklo has given away here to bail out his bot lane. But with that said, at the end of the day, when we look at the scoreboard, when we think about where we are in the game, we're 1,500 ahead for Flippa now, which was the exact opposite of game 1. But this time, all the gold is on Darkfire on this Diana.
He had himself a good game last game, but the carry truly was Riv in the bottom side, and now this time maybe Darkfire has the opportunity to try and change that narrative, to try and take some of that pressure off of his star AD carry and see if they can try and keep this series close, try and tie it up at 1 and see if they can get themselves deep into this grand final.
Absolutely, Colonel, and with that said, honestly, the most surprising thing for me so far is we haven't seen a fight around bots again, but
that is a gross hook. Spheric is doing so much work. Toxin's gonna heal. He's ignited. He's ticking down. Oh, he'll survive. Now Islamic, he's in deep. He's trying to get the trade onto Riv, but his AD carry was able to escape, and now he's taking a lot of damage. The hook is point and click, I swear. And the Hail Arrows. Oh no, Riv actually does not get that in range, and they will be able to barely survive just by the skin of their teeth.
And Colonel, I mean, I get, on one thing, Leona, maybe you can hit these skill shots. Darkfire's gonna clean up another.
This is the disrespect. You have to back. Islamic had the right idea, and Toxin stays. He gives over his life, and now that's the third kill going over to Darkfire.
It is, Colonel, and again, at the end of the day, the disrespect, as honestly, we're seeing a skirmish in the mid lane.
Cayenne, he's gonna get stunned up by the gravity well, and that's so much from the Chaos Storm. He will use collateral damage, but it's no use. Corito gets himself another solo kill.
And again, Graves trying to find the kill too early. He didn't base after pushing the wave. He tries to stay in lane. He tries to contest Corito here. And he needs to understand that Graves in the jungle is not Graves in lane. You don't get to skirmish people and just win early. You have to wait to get online, and not really understanding that and just getting punished, as Corito's ultimate is far, far, far more useful. But, Colonel, what I was going to say is that, honestly, it's one thing when Leona hits all of her abilities, because honestly, some of them are pretty easy to hit or easier to hit, but
this is a lot of damage at the top side. Really prime. He's going to get ulted by Aklo. He has a W to block the Q1, but the Q2 does land, and they're both on slivers of HP. Aklo, he is one empowered auto away from a quick grave, but it looks like neither of them are able to look for more.
Yeah, and as I was going to say, I think that it's crazy that Thresh looks point and click as well, but I guess I don't have room to breathe, because when one side of the map isn't fighting, the other side is, and honestly, I'm surprised that Flippa or VBU's top laner didn't go back in there for the kill, Colonel. But at the end of the day, Diana's on Mythic, and we're so accelerated in this game. 3,000 over to Flippa.
That is so rapid. On less than 8 minutes and 30 seconds in, already having that Hex Tech to move your ultimate to make sure that you're hitting it on every target you need as a big spike for her power. We'll see how much she is able to use that playmaking to her potential, but she's going to be set up for success. This bot lane, although it is pushed in now, does have themselves a CS lead, although they've been pushed under tower. And in the mid lane, Corito starts game 1 and 2 with back-to-back solo kill openings in the early minutes of the game. And this is not what you expect when you're talking about Kyton, talking about this guy who has demolished every other mid laner in the league, but that's the reality going into game 2.
It really is, and if there's anybody to stop Kyton and his reign of terror, it is Corito. Honestly, way back at the beginning of playoffs, we did see Kyton look very, very favorable on that side of the matchup, but it seems Corito went through a bit of a rocky training phase here, and Corito looks like he's been dominant in this game. And with that, and Colonel, actually, something I just noticed here. Look at the farm lead in the jungle. I haven't been able to say it all season. I've been saying it a lot over at ZGG, but it's looking like a bit of a diffy in the jiffy early.
Oh, it truly is. That is massive, considering Darkfire has had so much more playmaking than Allfire has as well. Despite the difference in CS, you could check out Corito. Wow, has himself a great CS advantage as well. And now Darkfire is able to use that gold to his advantage, trying to force VBU out of their own jungle. The hook, oh, a rare miss from Spheric, but Toxin will be able to escape with his life, and they have to give over the jungle.
I think at least we're confirmed now that Spheric isn't using aim hacks. I think that finally we've seen him miss a skill shot, and we've determined that he is human. This is very good news in case anybody in chat was concerned. With that said, though, they're diving!
Will fall straight in on to the bot lane. Islamic will flash away, but he's taunted up. Beautiful by Ridley. And now Kyton, can he get the trade kill? He will be able to get one. The Lantern is not there in time, and Toxin ends up surviving the tower dive at the expense of his support. And now, trading out to the top side, they might get this full tower.
They will, with a good timing on the Rift. Shen committing the roam. He does have TP, but he's not up for 10 seconds, and that's a lot of damage they can get down onto that tower. I think it may not fall, but Spheric.
Oh, the flash, the hook is beautiful. Even the stopwatch to make sure you cannot trade it back. Toxin, that is just disrespectful. You cannot stay under these towers. That's the second death this game to it. And Spheric, he's not the support that you can disrespect like that.
Honestly, Colonel, I have to defend Toxin here for a second. He really wasn't being that disrespectful. He walked all the way back when they walked up to the tower. He was halfway back to his tier 2. And Spheric flash hooks him anyway, landing the max range thresh skill shot as he's inches away from tier 2. I just feel like it's not fair. I just feel like it's imbalanced.
This is also true. I think both statements can probably be true. I think the respect that Spheric has earned himself from out game 1 and now game 2 deserves maybe just backing, but you're right, against any other support in the league, that's probably a fine play, but Spheric making it look easy.
Exactly, Colonel, and if we look at the matchups across the map, because of all the plays Spheric has been making, Spheric has brought so much pressure towards the bot side that Kyden has had to roam down. Now he's down farm. He's enabled Diana to get ahead in this game because Diana's early kills were off of the big plays that Spheric made. The only place Spheric can't be is top lane, and the man can't do it all, so they're 3k up, but who's the reason? Is it the Diana? And even though a fantastic game has been played from Darkfire thus far, when you have a support who hits everything and makes all the right plays, you have to give credit to this man. He's performing like the MVP of the series, and we're only in game 2.
Beautifully stated. And now, with the second Drake spawning, Spheric is primed and ready to continue his domination on the bot side of the map. Ridley is getting pushed in decently on the top side. He has himself a 10 CS disadvantage, but there's some good reason to believe that Flippa should be able to get this Drake pretty easily. Allfire is not prepared to contest it, and although there are pings from VBU, looks like second Drake should be all Flippa's for the taking.
And I mean, it should, but it looks like Islamic and Ziggs are prepped to... sometimes watching the Drake is something that we do. It happens. They were in the tri-bush, maybe seeing if they could find something. They don't find it. So it is a free Drake going over, and Colonel, that was them on a pace for a 23-minute soul if they continue taking Drakes this rate. And Colonel, finally, VBU scaling comps are being punished. They're on a timer. They have to get online by 23 minutes, or Soul is heading over to Flippa.
And unfortunately for Flippa, we can talk about the debate about souls, but it seems like, hold that thought, Dorito, with some disrespect of his own. He's going to use his gravity ball. He's going to have Ridley arriving, but it's just too little too late. Ridley cannot save you from 3. You'll have to use a blast cone. He does have the flash of his own. He'll have to use it as well, forcing out. And Dorito just a little bit too far.
He is, and honestly, with no objectives on the map and a wave to catch, I'm not really sure what he's doing there, but at the end of the day, it's a good pick to find from Allfire and Akbalo, giving it over. Didn't give it over to Kyten as he showed up to get an assist, but that is making Akbalo incredibly strong in this game. Akbalo has had 5 plates. Akbalo is at first tower. He's up 20 farm. He's been able to stay in lane, and now Akbalo is a bit of a threat in this game for himself. If we can have the gold graph pulled up, Akbalo is the second strongest in the lobby, having a very quiet game, but very, very powerful.
Yup, and now finally getting help from his jungler. Allfire is here, immediately forcing out the TP of Corrido there to protect his top. That's a big sum being burned.
It really is a big sum being burned, but at the end of the day, all that means is that they have to keep Corrido on the side of the dragon, or they can even keep him in the mid lane. We'll have to see what happened with lane assignments, but with only one tower falling 15 minutes in, as much praise as I've been giving Flippa and actually getting ahead in this early game, you have to find a way to siege soon, because if you don't, they do have the wave clear. So one thing that's important to note is that we're in a very slow game, so maybe Corrido burning TP isn't all that important because he's still in lane phase.
True, he very much is. And now, as both teams are preparing for plays around the mid lane, everyone is here. Both supports, both junglers now, Islamic and Allfire are the first to make a move, and now Leona is going to wait. And now there's so much CC, Islamic is going to lose his life for that. Now the taunt coming in onto Akbalo, they cannot catch him, but they are able to get the pick, they're able to get out, and just like you said, they're starting to accelerate this game.
They are, and they need to take down this tier 1 and open up the map so they can continue making these aggressive plays, because I think VBU overstepped there, trying to engage into a mid-team fight that they don't need to.
Don't do it to them! Finding the hook from downtown, and now the Varzo is doing so much work, they're trying to do it but that's a big taunt. The arrows are coming through. Riv finding yet another one, but maybe just a little bit too overzealous. But Spheric actually flashing to get the shield onto Ridley, trying so hard to save his top laner, but he will die now. He's going to get the reinforcements. He's going to get the damage coming out of Krypton. It's very close to a lot of people falling. That's going to be Cell Division popping. Now Krypton trying to walk, but shut down. Going over to Toxin. The bomb finds its mark, and now Krypton, he's trying so hard to find Toxin, but he forgot about Allfire respawning. Triple kill. You can never forget about a Ziggs.
You can't, and they do it again. Flippa overextend. VBU get away with murder. They're down so much gold, but Flippa tried to push the pedal a little too hard. Colonel, the mid tower isn't dead yet. You need to kill the tower. You don't need to kill more people, but that's what Flippa see. They have blood in their eyes, and now they have a skirmish here. Riv hitting a good arrow onto the Zac, but Krypton needs to focus down the Zac at this point. He tries to chase down the Ziggs, but it lets Allfire respawn, and once Allfire is respawned, they are all dead to rights. He tries one more time to trade back onto the Ziggs, but now we're seeing shutdowns be given away, and now we're seeing new shutdowns on Ziggs and Graves in the mid lane, and VBU are back to even in this game.
This is ridiculous to see. Less than 200 gold separates Flippa and VBU. They are going to try and fight for this third Drake. Flippa on the verge of getting to Soul Point to give them the credit they deserve for this early game, but a big overstep makes this an even fight for this next Drake. And honestly, VBU is here first with the vision.
They are indeed, but honestly, I think that Flippa have a decent way of getting in onto this comp if they're able to find the hook from Spheric, and honestly, it may just be a given at this point, but Spheric stepping up here, and now VBU are actually cowering away. Spheric was standing almost alone in River there for a couple seconds, but he's just able to step up because the man is scary.
Cowering away, but they're baiting Allfire in. He's gonna look for the engagement. Now Darkfire, he's gonna get his chance at doing the damage. The Moonfall comes in. That's a stopwatch to buy time, and Allfire has been kited away. Now they're going to try and keep getting. That's Vars with the double kill. He's going to have the ultimate to secure that. Now the TP's coming in for Akbalo. See what he can do. That's Ridley Prime coming in with Stan United to make sure his team has a frontliner. The Drake is being started. There are no smites on the map. Akbalo flashing. He finds a stun for 2, but the Death Stance still finds his mark. Akbalo gets a kill before he dies, and that may be all that VBU needs. But giving over his life toxin is still half HP. Kyton is still less than a third. They need to play this incredibly carefully. And Corrido, he loves to poke it out. He's going to find the damage on a Kyton and force him back. Now with Riv arriving after pushing the mid lane, looks like neither team feels comfortable getting this Drake, but Flippa finally have the mid lane tower.
They do, and honestly, a lot of these fights are just going to be poking and prodding between Victor, Varus, and Ziggs, because as you see, the first fight came in, the engages came in, it was kited out so well by Flippa because it's what their comp does best, but once you get into these late game team fights when only the carries are alive on both sides, you just have to play the skill shot game between Riv, Corrido, and Toxin and see who comes out on top. And honestly, it's 2-1, and Toxin's holding his own very well here, being the only player with range on his team.
Yeah, good credit to him. He deserves it. And now he's able to... Oh, no. He's not able to... I changed my mind. Get that bot lane tower, but it should be a satchel charge away the next time he is able to push in that bottom side. But interestingly enough, I do want to point it out, Darkfire did decide to not go back to that Drake. It would have been about the same time as Allfire. They died not too far apart from each other, but he ends up trading for the Rift Herald instead.
He does, and I mean, he doesn't get it, so it's a little unfortunate, but at the end of the day, he still is very individually strong in this game. Honestly, I think that's a really big noticeable difference, is that we're basically seeing Shen and Zac be very, very weak in this game, where Diana and Camille are very, very strong. So honestly, at the end of the day, we're in a pretty even with the gold lead being slightly favored to Flippa, we're in a very, very even game state. And oh my goodness, actually, change your thoughts. Everybody hold the phone. Aegis is raiding with a party of 31. Hey guys, your Placaster's here, and his boosted friend is sitting next to him. Everybody, welcome from Aegis. It's Colonel and Paka here. We're casting EGL Finals, Flippa United versus VBU Krypton. We are in Game 2. We had a 70-kill, 40-minute Game 1. And we're in for a 5-game series, so please stay in here.
yeah.
Stop by, hang out with us. Thank you for the raid again, Aegis.
And thank you, Paul, for shouting me out. Yes, if you do want to catch more of me casting, I am there on Thursdays casting the Plat League. But back to this game, back to what is at stake. Grand Finals. And VBU, although they do not have the goal lead, have made this feel even. And we talked about this Graves in the early game. We talked about what he wanted to do and how he was going to be able to scale. And it's starting to happen.
It is starting to happen.
It's starting to happen! Actually forcing out Krypton, his flash, and really Prime's ultimate, And Titan, he burns both his sums and his ultimate, but he is starting to look incredibly powerful.
And that's the fun thing about this new lethality Graves build. You just get to a certain threshold where Graves in a side lane is actually kind of insane. And in the jungle, he can't really do that as Islamic Flash. Or is it, maybe it was to save Ziggs'
That
life.
is to save Ziggs. Ziggs does have his flash burned a little bit earlier than Islamic, so it seems like it was probably a flash hook by Spheric into getting that forced out by Islamic and having to save his AP carry. But regardless, that will be just a trade of 2 flashes for the price of 1 for Spheric, who has had a monstrous series so far. But we're 2 minutes away from the Drake spawning, and Baron is on the table.
Baron is on the table, and it's up to Flippa to start to set up around this objective and look for the right pick. The gold lead is even. You're playing the earlier game team comp. They have a lot of scaling options on the side of VBU, and you just can't let them get there. And you've kind of thrown away your lead around mid-tier 1 just 10 minutes ago, just 8-ish minutes ago. And you have to find a play to get yourself back into the game before this Drake spawns in a minute 30, because with the early soul stopped by VBU, you have to be able to get a gold advantage. You have to be able to get it now. It has to be in the next 2 minutes, or VBU are going to be able to outscale.
And take a look at that gold graph. You hate to see it right at about the 22-minute mark. The first time in what seems like a long time that they got a gold lead, but now Kayan trying to flex his muscles. The Chaos Storm is here. Ziggs trying to save his mid laner, but shut down. Goes over to Krypton. Spheric might be looking for a play. He has the lantern, no longer has the flash from that play, and all fire. He's ready and waiting, and he's going to look for Dogfire. Can they get the CC? He's going to try with the Leona, but he's going all the way in, and that's Varus having his ultimate over the top. And Darkfire, he's going to find the kill. Toxin, he's going to need help from Akbalo, but finally, Shen is here to try and save the day. Camille can get nothing done. Cell Division only stalls the double kill for Riv 60, and he's finally online.
And that's the ace and the Baron, Colonel. They're going to find the pick they needed. It's the caster curse, but this time I'm finally right. It seems like I've been wrong all series. And over to the Baron they go. They find the play. Allfire just can't pull trigger early here. They don't have the burst on the Darkfire. And because of that, Darkfire finds the huge Moonlight, and it lines up a fantastic Q for Riv. Akbalo comes to TP in, but with the Stand United, it's too little, too late, as they're able to absolutely clean up the play and decimate VBU, and now they are in the driver's seat with Baron going over to them, and that's a 4K gold lead for Flippa.
Finally getting back into the gold lead that we saw them in for so long, but they did all take resets after that Baron, so they are going to miss out on their chance of getting to Soul Point. VBU correctly assessed that there's probably going to be resets, and they can probably rush this no problem, despite the gold deficit they've now found themselves in. Despite now having the buff online, they do stall the Drake Soul from coming online.
They do, but if you've heard one thing from the general League community, is that we don't feel Cloud Soul is that important. So at the end of the day, if you're Flippa, I don't think you're too upset with the ultimate CDs of VBU being up earlier, because besides Ziggs and probably Leona, who are the 2 biggest threats, they aren't a super ultimate base team. And with Flippa having the Baron, if they're able to siege down these towers like we've been talking about them needing to do all series, I think you're more than happy with that trade, and maybe you can end the game without even needing to get a soul with this Baron.
Possibly, and that's a great point, because you're right, not a lot of people do put a lot of emphasis on this Cloud Soul, but Flippa's ultimates do have a stronger importance, it feels like, comparatively to VBU's. There's a lot of ultimates that they can use, such as Rivs, such as Darkfires, to make plays happen. And Ridley, every time his ultimate is on cooldown, he can save his carries. So maybe there is a bigger emphasis on it for Flippa than VBU. But you're right. At the end of the day, they are the team trying to push the tempo. They are the team trying to end faster. So maybe that's just not on the cards anymore.
It isn't in. Honestly, I think that the one thing we're noticing here is that Flippa aren't able to get much done with this Baron because of all the wave clear on Ziggs. They have to be able to move around the map.
They're looking for Krypton. They find him. That's the stun. They're going to try and use everything they can. Shen will be stopped by Kyton, but that's going to be the shutdown going over to Ziggs. Can they play their way out of this? Riv is doing so much damage. He's kiting away. The arrows are raining down, and VBU are getting shredded. Toxin has to run for his life. Darkfire is on the chase. He has the flash. He has the ace. Flippa continue to push the metal to the metal.
And that is a huge mistake from VBU, and that might be game costing. Why are you TPing in? There's no need to make a play. They didn't take any towers in this game. They literally took one tier 1 bottom during this Baron, and if you just wait for the Baron to time out, that's all you need. But instead, they see blood in their eyes, and they try to dive. And honestly, the stall from the Zhonya is Ridley Prime able to bring the Stand United in, being able to stall as well. And because Riv is such a powerful member in the game, if you burn so many important cooldowns onto the mid-mage, Varus is able to free it for a very long time. And because of that, they get aced again. And instead of just losing one tier 1 bottom for their Baron, the power play is massive. And we go from a 4K gold lead to a 7.5K gold lead.
And I have to give credit where credit is due. I saw some heresy in the chat. Not a lot of faith for the lethality of Varus in the bot side, but Riv is putting on a show. He's doing so much damage, and they just cannot take him out because if he's left alive, he just shreds.
He absolutely does with that hail of blades and all of that lethality damage. He's almost on 4 items. I think he was on 3 items in that ace we just saw, and honestly, okay, 3.5 items, but nonetheless, I mean, does it really matter when you're hitting into a Zac with Aegis, Merc Treads, and 2 HP items? I don't think it matters whether or not he is a tank, because no one's a tank right now. Varus is the tank killer, and there's no tanks to even kill. Because so he's just God. He's God amongst men. This Varus walking around the map is, I think Hyden's looking for an interesting play.
It's not spotted, and he knows that Akblo is going to get caught, but it does not matter. Kyton tried to make the play, but now he might be played upon. Is the hook is gonna land? Spheric putting on a clinic, and VBU on the receiving end of it lose their mid laner, and they will be losing this tower.
They will, and at the end of the day, again from Spheric, again, point and click, it's illegal, it's impossible, you don't believe your eyes every time you see it, but Spheric again and again and again, finding the hooks, and yeah, Kyton a little interesting there, walking up, I feel a little early, trying to save a play that maybe there was nothing to be saved there, but you can't blame him for trying, and at the end of the day, because he tries to save Akblo under tier 1, he does give his life as well, and the snowball continues as Drake is up in 30.
Maybe potentially looking for this Drake, or more likely just looking for the fight around it, because they do want to continue to push the pace. They do want to start to look to try and end this game, because remember, VBU is still scaling. Zac is starting to become this unkillable beast that he is supposed to be, and finally he just finishes there, the Anathema's chains, and that's a big point of contention, because now Varus, all these arrows, gonna start tickling.
They are, but honestly, at the end of the day, I honestly don't believe that 30% damage even matters anymore when you're a 3.5 item Varus at 30 minutes into the game, as we see the Drake fall, but we'll see if maybe the increased CC is going to be enough for the Leona and Zac combined to be able to lock down this Varus for long enough that he can't get out that damage. That is the focus in this game. Can you lock down the Varus for long enough so he isn't able to carry the team fight? And with the Anathemas, they're trying to do that. With that said, I think they might start hitting Baron on spawn, which I think is a pretty risky play from them. I think this is very risky, Colonel.
Looks like they are going to. One last thing before a team fight potentially breaks out is, although this Varus is your top priority, Don't forget about Krypton. He's doing so much damage on this Victor, but now the Baron is down to 3k. All fire again on the Zac, trying to look for the potential steal, but he no longer has the slingshot, but that did get close. But regardless, I think every smite's a good smite if you get it. So Darkfire does end up getting that Baron.
He does, and I mean, again, I think it's a little risky from them there, considering how ahead they are in this game. If there's any way to throw, it's to give them Baron and give them time back into this game. But with that said, they get away with it, and now it's just looking dire for VBU. I think that was one of their last chances to get back into the game, and I go as far to say that they are going to need a miracle to find the pick play, to find the misposition from Flippa, to give them a gift back into this game. The only way that they can win at this point is if Varus is standing alone, he gets exploded before anybody is able to save his life.
Yeah, and I have to give credit where credit is due. Ridley correctly reading that was one of their last Hail Mary options and flashing away from the potential Camille ultimate. And now, as they start the siege, it's looking very hopeless. VBU have to look for the dream, and slowly this cannon is going to whittle away at this tower. They already have their mid inhibitor cracked. They're taking so much damage.
Yeah, that was one Varus Q going through Kaiden's HP bar. Going from 100 to 50% is not a fun feeling as they just continue to march into the base. And now, with Ridley Prime about to get that wave in bottom, there's just so much happening here for Flippa that's just really, really, really hard for them to play this game. With that said, I think that the next goal for Flippa here are going to be to siege onto this mid lane and try to close the game out with a fight around mid inhibitor. But it's up to VBU on whether or not they want to take it. Maybe they can just sit back and take this push.
We'll see if they can bounce back after. It looks like this inhibitor is just a formality. Spheric is going to look for the hook. He's going to find it. I'm not sure if that's the one he wants, but he's flaying. All fire away, but now Aklo with the engage straight onto Riv. Those are the person you're looking for. He's going to get stunned up, but Shen keeping his 80 carry alive. And now Krypton doing so much work. There's too many important members. You cannot kill them all. Flippa will win the fight. They will win this game. Paul, we got ourselves a series.
We do, and at the end of the day, if you look at Riv, he lives on a sliver of HP. VBU did all they could to try to get onto Riv, but it's too little, too late, and the Nexus is gonna fall in 33 minutes, as, honestly, Colonel, I think we're going to 5.
I cannot wait to see what both of these teams have in store for us. It looked great from both of them in game one. That time around, it looked like very much in the driver's seat was Flippa United, and now we'll see if VBU can bounce back and show us something that we haven't seen, because we've seen a lot of what they've been showing us already.
Absolutely, Colonel. And I mean, honestly, we've seen Riv on new champions that we've really never seen him on before, and he's looked fantastic all series. What can't this guy do? Honestly, the bot lane of Flippa United have been looking so fantastic, with Riv looking so powerful and all of his ADCs, Spheric being locked down. If you're VBU, I think the goal is you have to understand that your solos are your strength in this series, but you need to find a way to suppress that bot lane. It's up to VBU to find out how and find out how fast.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, throughout the loser bracket run, their go-to to suppress these powerful bot lanes they were up against was the Sigs, was to push them in, to suppress them throughout the early laning phase and leave them with no gold to make those plays. But they already used it, and it did not work out. So VBU going to have to hit the drawing board going into Game 3.
Absolutely, Colonel. And with that said, I think we're going to take a quick break before we get into Game 3 of VBU versus Flippa United in EGL Grand Finals. Everybody, keep your monitor in place. Don't touch a button. We'll see you in 10.
Won't you say why you're a stranger now? Your eyes escape mine when I sit you down. Don't you feel like we're holding on onto a fairy tale, but the magic's gone? Been months of bluffing the blushes and faking the butterflies. Wake up, yeah, I'm kicking the castle down. Ooh, yeah, I think it's time to talk. Ooh, yeah, I think it's time to talk. I think it's time to talk. Ooh, yeah, I think it's time to talk. Ooh, yeah, be true to what we want. Forget how it felt from the outset. Hope this to reset. Ooh, yeah, I think it's time to talk. Kinda missing how we kicked it off. Always in overdrive, now the feeling's lost. Blind to notice, we've been losing touch. Long gone fairy tale, yeah, we killed the rush. Been months of acting a fiction and staging a Valentine's. Wake up, yeah, I'm kicking the castle down. Ooh, yeah, I think it's time to talk. Ooh, yeah, I think it's time to talk. I think it's time be true to what we want. Forget how it felt from the outset. Hope this to reset. Ooh, yeah, I think it's time to talk. Freedom, I never had the chance to run. Leave behind the said and done. Figure out what's to come. Reasons, all the bigger things I can't ignore. I'm not getting what I came here for. Gotta get ahead of something more. So I think I found a new way out, way beyond a shadow of doubt. 'Cause I can't breathe, and I guess I could be stronger now and leave it up to fate somehow. But I'm doing this for me.
Hello, everybody. We are back straight into draft for Game 3. Is well into ban phase already, and the story of the night, ban out the mid lane, is happening, but this time, VBU find themselves on blue side.
They do, and they finally are switching it up. They got 2 games on red side. One looked really good, one looked pretty bad. So they're dressing it up, having new draft strategies, and honestly, this is a completely new look into a series halfway in, because we don't know what they'd have planned in these drafts. These teams had to have done tons and tons of prep. I know that VBU have looked pretty stock standard, but I feel like we've seen some variation still with that Camille, with that stuff. And there it is! There's the variation. They see they have a problem, and they approach it with Varus on B1.
Yeah, and not only did they pick that Varus, but they banned out both the other bot laners that they use. They banned the Ashe that they use in game 1. They banned the Ziggs that they use in game 2. So we were bound to get something new from VBU, and now Flippa on the response for an immobile 80 carry, potentially locking in this Hecarim. This is something that we have seen a lot out of Darkfire in the past, and honestly, I'm sort of a fan of it in this game, but Jhin?
Well, I think Jhin is fine, but Colonel, we didn't get to look at the bans. We got in a little late. There's something that's missing. It starts with a C and ends with an Orky, and it's up again, and they don't pick it away. And I think VBU feel like they're. I mean, it might be a trap. Flippa are a team that does it, but every single time we see Kaiden on this champion, he has to be 9-0 at this point. And there it is again! We're back at it again!
VBU is never going to leave this from Kaiden, and there is the lock. So this is a decision made by Flippa. The counter pick that they used in game 1, the set mid lane, is still available. We'll see if Flippa decide to pick that R3, but VBU still have a pick before that.
They do, and at the end of the day, Colonel, maybe they leave up the Corki because they have something in mind. They have the draft prep. They have the ideas in the back of their head. And maybe Krypton liked the set. Maybe they felt like Corki was a problem, but it was something that they can contain with a better comp. But instead, he opts into the Victor, maybe the Syndra. Who knows? If they lock in the Victor here, though, I have to be scratching my head. This matchup isn't even that perfect. And honestly, Corki is pretty favorable into Victor, and now, Colonel, I'm feeling a little... I just... Again, Kaiden back on the Corki.
The thought of Kaiden's Corki makes Paul sick to his stomach. but honestly, I have to give credit where credit is due. Flippa looked really good on this Victor. I think that looks like a very confident pick. It looked like something that, compared to what we saw when these teams matched up in round 1, where it was a big difference in the mid lane. It seems like Krypton has gone through his anime protagonist arc. He has fully evolved, and he looked way stronger, so I'm not as worried for this matchup as I would be if you asked me back in round 1 of playoffs.
I think that's a fair point. Colonel Krypton has looked fantastic this series, and Victor is his signature pick in the playoffs so far, and probably in his amateur career. He looks very comfortable on this champion. But with that said, what I want to see from Flippa is they have no way to lock down and shut down this Corki. And if you're going to leave it up, they're playing Varus, which is someone you'd like to lock down, but has to be guaranteed CC onto the Corki. You need to find the pick that makes the Corki not matter, and it's up to Flippa to find what that is. As we see bans in Phase 2 finish with Spheric getting hard targeted by VBU as Aurelian Braum being went away from Flippa.
I mean, rightfully so, to get rid of that Thresh. It was disgusting. Honestly, the Leona was just as god tier from game 1. But I was about to say, I would like to see a set ban. They do not ban it. So we'll see if they do decide to pick it. It is still very powerful, and not only is it powerful, but it's very strong for VBU as well, right? We always know that in the support, Islamic, he's one of the few people who has still played it often, and if it's not on the ban list, there's a chance it could get picked.
It absolutely is, Colonel, but with that said, I think that with the bans off the board, there are still a lot of roaming options on the table for Islamic, and another thing that this player does very well is roam across the map, and maybe with the Corki being locked in the mid lane, if Islamic can get out of his lane, maybe leave Varus after getting him a small advantage, and finding a way to stabilize the game, that is the direction VBU Krypton can go to maybe make the Corki ways work.
We'll see. And now locking in the Alistar. Interesting, actually. Not something I would have expected for this VBU composition, but they decide for it anyway. And now we have just Aklo's pick left, unless there's some crazy draft shenanigans. But I would hopefully expect to have something that he's confident on, the melee carry up in the top side, or a melee carry tank bruiser assassin. We'll have ourselves Dr. Mundo. He does go where he pleases.
Absolutely, Colonel. And honestly, the front line from VBU is looking massive. Sejuani, Alistar, Mundo, all to protect this quirky Varus. The draft looks like it is on point. The last pick is so important here, and I think we're seeing brand support from Spirit, maybe Maokai. I don't know what my eyes are seeing.
They can't do that
Maybe
to me.
Nautilus.
You can't play with my heart like that, Flippa. I love myself some brand. I used to be a brand OTP for the longest time, but I don't know. Nautilus seems pretty good too if you're looking at how dominant Spheric has been so far this series. For Nautilus Jin Lane, that could be deadly.
Absolutely, Colonel, and I think, again, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but we're seeing hyper-scaling into an earlier game comp. The Jin isn't going to be able to deal with the Mundo, the Alistar, and the Sejuani. The only tank shred they have is Victor. Hecarim is going to get blown up if we get to the late game. Flippa have the tools they need to get ahead early, but they need to get ahead early. They cannot go to the late game against VBU Krypton because they do have the Varus, which is an earlier pick, but other than that, we're seeing not only scaling from the side of VBU, but hyper-scaling from the side of VBU.
Yeah, and honestly, it's a little bit unfortunate because Flippa has given themselves more scaling options than they have previously, right? They did give themselves the Ornn. That ornament will help all of your different carries start to scale, but They picked the small little tiny sort of maybe scaling into the heaviest scaling comp that we've seen VBU so far. When we expected something different out of them, we didn't expect to go even more into what they have already shown to be powerful on, what they have already shown to be confident on, and now they are very much on the quirky train.
They are on the quirky train indeed, and with that said, Colonel, I think that looking at both comps, realizing what both teams want to do here, honestly, I think that Flippa may have gotten it wrong. I'm a big fan of Flippa's drafting style. I'm a big fan of being able to pick aggression and be able to fight early, but I think that VBU Krypton doubling down here into this Jin pick may prove to be the right draft strategy here. So honestly, at the end of the day, Colonel, I think that with the quirky and the front line, VBU got it right, and I think that game 3, excuse me, we've been here for a while, is going over to VBU.
Well, for the first time tonight, but a very standard procedure, I'm disagreeing with you. I think Flippa's draft looks pretty dope. I think as long as Spheric can continue to make the plays that he's making, that they can accelerate this game, and that Varus is super immobile. He's going to have such a hard time against Nautilus, who has triple the hook size of the Thresh, who is already on point. And I think that Spheric may be the difference maker for Flippa here in Game 3.
And you know what? Spheric has been absolutely fantastic with these hooks, and I can only imagine that Nautilus is going to look just as insane as his Leona and Thresh have. But with that said, we're going to throw it over to a short break before we get into Game 3 of Flippa United versus VBU Krypton. Everybody, don't move! Stay still! Stare at the monitor. We'll be back in 10.
Fight for my attention, for your ascension, you must rule. 'Cause if you can find it, you don't confine it, you let it move. Make way for the genie, scream for the dream, may come true. Have you ever played with a queen? I can show you what I mean. I can make you feel free. Didn't act till you met me.
your choice to make a little mockery, it won't do. Further down the line, still surrendering. Slow down, slow down, slow down.
The lights in my head aren't shining no more. I don't know if we can do this anymore. If there is a sun, I will away. If there is a way, I will never stay, never stay.
Hello, everybody. We are back straight onto the rip for Game 3, VBU versus Flippa. The series got tied up last game with a banger of a finish. And now, Paul, you might be getting your level 1 that you've been asking for.
Honestly, Colonel, I want to see what they have that is creative in store. It might be the walk down mid trap, but wait, it's the 5 stack bottom versus the 5 stack mid. Maybe they meet in bot river, maybe nothing comes of it. We're playing the game of invade roulette here, and it looks like Flippa are going to be the aggressors.
That may not be the best considering that's what VBU is waiting for, but Fire walks out, so they both spot each other, and now everyone is not sure what to do. Darkfire does get himself a ward. Good for him to get a little bit of vision, and then at the end of the day, no action to be had. Krypton will just get a decent chunk, but Mundo will definitely heal that up before lane starts.
Absolutely, and with the mana flow blend proc from Krypton, it's GG. Pack it up, guys. Krypton's up a mana flow proc. It's been a nice series. Thank you guys for coming. It's been Packet. It's been Kern. I'm just kidding. With that said, nothing comes of the level 1, and it looks like Apple actually might be a little late to lane here. Looks like he's in a little trouble. He's still in the mid lane as waves are crashing. Maybe he gets top in time, but
he wanted to stay
day,
just to hit a briefcase.
I mean, to be fair, I would too. But with that said, I mean, this could actually end up being a bad invade or bad stack for VBU, considering how late everything transpired.
Yeah, luckily enough, Darkfire does start himself on the top side, so Akblo will be just as late as Ridley was. And honestly, we'll see how they track the jungler, because it sort of looks like Akblo leashed because he's low HP, coming about the same time as Ridley's leash, which is funny enough. But it looks like junglers are going to opposite sides of the map. It will be Allfire making his way topside, Darkfire doing the opposite.
Yeah, and with that said, this is the first time this series we're seeing this. It looks like Darkfire understands his win condition as, oh no, the abilities go wide. But this is, again, a level 2 from Flippa, and they aren't able to punish this time, Colonel.
Luckily enough, but honestly, that has been something that we've seen in a couple games, that a little bit of lack of respect for that level 2 power, because unless you get hooks going into minions, that could be incredibly dangerous. But regardless, this time around, no punish is to be had. And now, as we check our lane priority, both junglers are heading to the side of the river that they will have priority for, because the bot lane for Flippa is going to have priority in onto Toxin and Islamic. And on the top side, Mundo is pushing in Ridley.
Yeah, so that means that we're not going to see any contests over Scuttle. That also means that we aren't really going to get to see any ganks, which for both junglers, I guess you're okay with. It is only 3 minutes in. If no early play happens, no early play happens. But at the end of the day, I think that more now than ever, we talked about scaling versus early game, scaling versus early game, scaling versus early game. The one thing that I pointed out in the pre-draft is Flippa are on such a timer here. So if I'm Darkfire personally, I'm already getting a little nervous that I'm not able to instantly find a tempo play.
Yeah, because remember, actually, hold that thought. He may be trying to do it just now. Islamic does go for the headbutt, thinking it's a 2v2, and Darkfire is here. He's burning down. The heal comes down, but the hook lands, and first blood gifted to the Hecarim.
The caster curses again. I was nervous. I couldn't find the tempo play. Oh, never mind. There it was in the bot lane with the first blood going over, as there's a bit of a skirmish in the top side. I mean, and with that said, I guess all is back to peace again as everybody farms it out in the mid lane and the top lane.
Yeah, we take a look at that. He was on the Scuttle Crab the entire time, but good timing for the bot lane of Flippa as they're able to look for the engage, and then Islamic trying to headbutt Riv out ends up sealing down his fate.
They were indeed, and honestly, I think that Islamic just isn't understanding where the enemy jungler is at the start of the game, and maybe it's bad tracking by the team as there's a play that is Valkyrie away from in the mid lane. But with that said, I think that we've seen Islamic go in a lot when the first gank bottom is happening, and maybe it's just because Islamic feels like the jungler is top side, but you have to understand that Darkfire has been pathing down all series. Because Darkfire has been pathing down all series, it's really hard to see Islamic go in again and again and again during the first play bottom and Darkfire being there to take his life.
Yeah, and now we did talk about them needing to get an early advantage, but Flippa has so far. They also do have a mid lane CS advantage, although check out what Mundo is doing on the top side. He is slowly getting himself a massive advantage. He's almost already 10 CS up.
Yeah, but with that said, Colonel, I think Karuto's in a very dangerous spot here. His wave is in a bad spot, and Fire and Islamic are here to make a play.
He has no mana. Karuto will get headbutt. He will get knocked in by Allfire as well, and burning the flash. He is ignited by Islamic, so it is a trade of summoners, but a successful gank in mid lane.
It is indeed, and again, Islamic with those roam timers, it's just so consistent and it's so impressive as well, because you see the farm still even bot side, so at the end of the day, unpunished. But with that said, Darkfire, while he's made this one early tempo play, he has been farming up a storm on this Hecarim, trying to get as far ahead as the slower Sejuani again and again and again, and I think Drake may be next on the table here as Flippa are motioning towards this bot side.
Yeah, they are 2-1 in the bottom lane as Alistar did get his reset. Now Darkfire is here. Toxin is playing respectfully. He's not going to check for the bush, but we'll see if they do make a play in the bottom side or if they just do look to get to push in. But I think Spheric has avoided vision to get himself into this bush.
I think so as well. I believe that Hex Flash works like that. Maybe Toxin... He's playing very respectfully. Maybe he did end up seeing it. It looks cool, though, at the end of the day. And it looks like first Drake could be going over to Flippa as Darkfire falling a little low here. But with his team on his side, there's no fear. That's first Drake over to Flippa.
Only 7 minutes in. They have done a great job so far, both games 2 and 3, of getting these early Drakes and starting to try and push the tempo with them. Game 2, they got that early advantage. They ended up not even using it. They ended up not even needing the soul. But that early pressure can be very, very important when you're facing a late game scaling composition like VBU loves to run.
Exactly, and I think now more than ever with having a Jhin into multiple tanks, you have to force that early soul, you have to force that aggression and tempo. With the next Drake being mounted, though, you could stumble and fall into Cloud. I do feel like you really need you need the Infernal here after seeing what the first two Drakes are. And if they do roll right with Flippa and they do get the next Drake as well, and they're able to push that 23-minute soul, that is their win condition in this game. But I think there's an all-in on the top side.
On the top side, getting a knock-up. Darkfire is here, but Akbalo is healing up a Storm with Sadism, and now he's going to try and look for the play. He's going to try and look for the kill, but Darkfire saves his top laner and gets his second kill on the board.
He absolutely doesn't. Darkfire in the right place at the right time again and again and again, and it looks like Allfire looking to either invade in or maybe dive as there's a flash on the bot lane.
Flashing onto Toxin. He's going to get down solo. The hook does land, but Toxin's able to get out with the help of Islamic, who is peeling beautifully for him. They do take a lot of damage and trade for Toxin's flash. But, oh, that's a lot of damage. The current call is still available, but Allfire is waiting in the wings. If they look too aggressive here, could potentially lose their lives. This looks like Islamic is looking for the headbutt. That's the TP coming out, but Var's ult is going to be onto both. Sejuani trying to do the damage. They do get one, but now what can Ridley Prime do? He's going to get the knockup. He's going to get the root for his Jhin. He's going to get the kill. And now Kyton has arrived. He has package. He is already here. He already has the kill. And now Kyton can finally get on the board. Ridley has nowhere left to run. He's going to try and potentially look for a Drake kill, but there's nothing to be had here. You can do a good amount of damage. Oh, the knockup! Ridley! Oh, man! He gets one, but he still loses his life at the end of the day.
And it's a good TP to punish the play that VBU tries to make. At the end of the day, Kyton comes down with the TP and the package of himself, making the play kind of a wash for both sides, but still only being separated by the first blood that Flippa had. The game is still in a deadlock, but honestly, both teams pushing back and forth, trying to respond to each other's plays very effectively so far here in the early game.
Krypton taking a lot of damage. There's a lot of trading in the mid lane. Krypton does not have a ton of mana, though. He will have to get to fix that with the biscuits to be able to stay in lane, but he does have an early lost chapter, so he should be able to stay in lane. But again, there's been so much action, but it has ended up evening out decently. The biggest benefactors of that is going to be Kyton and the top side of Flippa. Both of them feel very powerful right now.
Absolutely, and at the end of the day, with all of these fights in the bot lane, there are no sums on either side for these players. So what I really think it's all about here in the next couple of minutes is which bot lane is able to find the 2v2 in the sumless fight, because I feel like if there's one thing that we've seen about these bot lanes all series is they're constantly in a combat with each other, and it's all about how soon you can find that all-in and how soon you can find that advantage and take the game into your own hand and get your own team in the lead by yourself.
Absolutely, but as we've seen throughout games 1, 2, and now 3, Darkfire does not often like giving his bot all the fun. He's all the time finding himself in the bot side to help out Riv, to help out Spheric in his playmaking. And he is bot side again, although there is no play to be had. Toxin and Islamic, read it well, stay safe.
They do, but I think there's a bit of an all-in trade here coming in the top side. I think Akbalo might be overstepping a little here, and he realizes that in good time and walks away. But with Drake up in 45, Colonel, it looks like Darkfire is opting into doing some camps topside. I wonder if this means Flippa is going to give it up, or if maybe Darkfire is greeting for just a little more gold. But I guess he's getting the base off for the Mythic. But honestly, if Allfire is there and Allfire is ready to start this Drake, it might be dangerous for Flippa.
Sadism pop for Akbalo. He's going to be healing, but now Ridley with the College of Forge God trying to trade back, trying to get his way out. He has the cripple, but his HP bar is just too small. A shutdown goes over to the doctor himself. That's a solo kill on the top side. Oh, now Spheric may be in trouble himself. He's going to do so much damage. He's blown up. Now Allfire gets the ultimate as well. Glacial Prison doing so much work. Now Riv trying to kite back under tower. He's ignited. I think he can survive this. No, but Darkfire is here to come back. And they have overstepped. 2 kills immediately. Darkfire is there on a Toxin. The Gravity Well will slow him down. And the laser gets a double kill for Krypton.
They do, Colonel, and just as they find the pick to get the Drake, they find the solo kill in the top side to get the Drake, and instead of getting the Drake, they overstay here. This is a fantastic play from Allfire and the bot lane of VBU, getting this pick down. Just walk to the dragon instead. Allfire looks for more. Riv is able to walk it out, and then the TP and the punish comes in. The Hecarim and the mid laner of Flippa, excuse me, and that is just devastation because not only do you give up 3 kills, you give up Drake, and the early soul snowball is on from Flippa.
Yes, it is. And just like you said, they flipped heads, and Flippa will get themselves the Infernal Soul, the one you were talking about them needing, because they are lacking the damage to shred these tanks. They are lacking the ability to deal with the VBU's comp in the late game, and they got exactly what they needed.
They did indeed, Colonel. And actually, I need to talk about itemization real quick. If you guys have been following me all season, I am #1 LDR third hater. And listen, I'll be honest. I think that IE is a better third item. But with that said, I think that there's a way into this game that I see if I am Riv. And it is going LDR second into IE third here. So he has the damage to take those tanks down. And I think that we might see Riv maybe pivot into that. I have faith in this player to itemize correctly, but I've honestly been thinking about how devastating the late game is going to be for Flippa if they get there, but maybe with an LDR and an IE, if Jin opts into these very expensive yet powerful items, he can find a way to stay relevant into the late game. So something to watch out for as the game progresses, but it looks like Allfire is back again in the bots.
Looks like VBU are as aware of that potential for Riv as you are, because he is who you have to watch out for. Allfire is here. He will just shelter his bot side as they push in. But I do want to move the spotlight just a little bit to Krypton, who has had himself a great series and now finds himself again 2-0-1, already has the Leandries, has the boots, and he is going to offer a good amount of tank shred. How well he's been doing. He's been farming almost perfect 10 CSM. This man is going to be a powerhouse as the game progresses.
Absolutely, and in the matchup mid lane, we're seeing such dominant farm numbers, actually. That is so impressive. Yeah, these bold bot lanes as Krypton needs to back off here. Actually, Krypton might be caught, Colonel.
Allfire trying to punish him, but that's a good flash to avoid the Glacial Prison. Allfire does get a successful gank, although he would love to have gotten the kill. Now Allfire actually getting called back. It looks like Krypton is greening just a little bit, but he will suss out the problem. Allfire is spending a lot of time up here to absolutely nothing.
Absolutely, Colonel. And honestly, I kind of feel bad at this point. I feel like I'm cursing every player I compliment as it happens. As I'm saying, wow, those Krypton farm numbers are so impressive. He has to burn his flash on the top side. And it feels like, honestly, Colonel, I'm caster cursed out of my mind right now. But with that said, Allfire is taking this rift. It is post plates. So they're just going to maybe use it to put some pressure onto that mid-tier 1 and open up the map for themselves. But if we take a look at gold here and the items here, we're seeing 4 mythics finished on the side of Flippa. We're seeing only 1 and Anathema's finished for VBU, even though the gold is so close. A lot of pit stops along the way with all of these, whether it be heel cut items or finishing boots, causing these players to be a little slower. But I expect to see the mythics come in soon. But with that said, nothing to be surprised with here, as everybody's getting onto their first mythics, and we're kind of entering officially into the mid game.
And I love that you point that out. Although the gold lead only says it's about 1.3 for this next minute, until we see all these VBU players getting their resets, going back to their base to spend the gold they have in their pocket. This is a point where Flippa is much stronger on the map. They have 4 mythics completed, and any plays that they make and any fights that they have around this time is going to be very much in their favor.
It absolutely is, Colonel. And honestly, if you look at the gold, I don't even know where the difference is. I feel like we're seeing player to player comparisons as a little bit overzealous from Ridley. I'll be honest.
I appreciate the look, although it didn't look that good.
Yeah, and he doesn't have ultimate. He doesn't have ultimate for the dragon now, and honestly, actually, I think that might be a bit of a mistake as we see this Drake fight unfold with only 25 seconds to Drake. That ultimate will not be up in time, Colonel. So something very important to note there, as Kaiden has the package, and there's no Ornhorn to slow him down.
They are also TPing in Spheric. Maybe caught here. He's going to have to use the hook defensively. We'll see if they can find anything else. They cannot. It looks like actually they are just going to give this Drake don't want to fight around this package that has proved so potent throughout the series, throughout their loser bracket run. They are actually walking in here just a bit late. The Drake is going to be secured, and we'll see if any punish is to be had. But it looks like Flippa happy to give it up.
They are, and maybe you want to look for a fight after that package has to be burned, after the timer is about to expire. Maybe if you're Flippa, even though there's no objective on the map, you look to fight in these timers so that for next Drake, you're so far ahead in gold that it doesn't matter that he has the package, as it looks like they're searching for more and not finding it. They do find the red buff. That is their reward for the Drake. It's not exactly worth, Colonel. I don't think there's any worths in chat, but nonetheless, they do find something for the Corki package. But yeah, I think that you really have to find your timers now to make these plays when Corki doesn't have package and try to shut down this VBU roster before they enter the hyper.
Oh, Glacial Prison from downtown. Akbalo immediately flashing. Corito has nowhere to run. His health bar disappeared and shut down. Goes over to Akbalo. A beautiful gank from Allfire.
It absolutely is, and now Akapolo has 2 items, a shutdown, and another turret to his name. Akapolo is... Mundo's about to go wherever he pleases in these next team fights, and this is the worry that we had. We have to find a way to get through these tanks, and when you're as accelerated as Akapolo is, how do you do it? Because he's about to think... I think he's about to get another tower.
He's got so much gold in his pocket when he finally gets to back. Really Prime is here to try and stop the 3rd charge. We'll see if he's able to do it, but he actually used his Q and wasn't able to hit it. So I think it... Oh! Barely doesn't get that charge. That would have been really devastating. But still, nonetheless, getting 2 towers out of that. Now playing the bottom side. They find the hook. They find the ult. They find the root. You flash forward in a line, and now he's ignited. He is healed, although the TP is coming down. Now Toxin is going to find 1 kill. Ridley Prime, he has that ultimate available. He's going to actually get headbutted away from it. And now Islamic, he finds the headbutt onto 2. The Pulverize, excuse me, and now trying their best to kite away, trying to minimize the damages, but everyone in here is a party in the bot side. Riv is trying to pull trigger from the back, but he cannot find anything. The tanks are just too tanky. Corito stepping up way too far, and he gets Glacial Prison, has to burn his flash, and will lose his life regardless. Kyton goes on a killing spree, and now Mundo, you said it right, he goes where he pleases. The tower means nothing. He finds 1, he finds 2, and VBU take it all.
They do, Colonel, and now this Mundo is absolutely unstoppable. And honestly, the fact that Corito steps up there is so devastating for his team, because I don't think they know that all 5 are there. But if you see no other members on the wave, you have to assume the worst case scenario. And at the end of the day, it's just absolute devastation for the side of Flippa, as they not only do they not find anything here, but Corito steps up and it gets more than just 1 kill, it gets so many members killed.
He loses almost his entire team for this. Just overzealous, stepping up way too far, and he's had a great series, but definitely an important misstep. And now, VBU, we talked about how they have the late game composition. We talked about how Flippa will have problems dealing with this tanky front line, and now they've got so much gold in their pocket to work with.
They do, with 3,000 gold to their name over Flippa, and honestly, trying to figure out who it's on, I can't really tell if we could get a gold graph maybe. I think that a lot more of it is on Akbalo than score lines would say. I actually think almost all the gold is on him, and he's 1,000 up on the next strongest member of Flippa, and he's almost, is that 2,000? That's 2,000. 2,300 gold up on his lane opponent, and I think that's why Corito's in the side lane facing him. It's because even though Corito can't face him as he gets picked again.
Oh no, Corito finding himself what Toxin was finding in game 1, and it's just pick after pick after pick. And now Flippa find themselves in a really tough position. They're looking for a play, maybe a bit too far, but actually Islamic has found himself in the middle of multiple, but the Ornhorn does miss. Call of the Forge God going wide, and now they're trying to burst an Alistar with ultimate Darkfire. You walk it up too far. The Vars will find himself the kill. The hook back. They're actually trying to look for the play. The ultimate is there from Spheric, trying to carry his team out of this devastating teamfight loss. Now Kyton, he's flashing forward. He sees the play in his eyes. He's able to get the damage out, and Ridley will give his life to keep his carries alive. But Akbalo has been pushing the whole time.
He has been, and now Akbalo is basing in the base of Flippa United. Oh, the disrespect is unreal. As honestly, the Drake is going to go over very silently. There's no contest to their name because honestly, all of Flippa is basically dead already, and it's too late. The big problem here, Colonel, that we're seeing in this game is that Akbalo is so far ahead, is so fed, that his matchup, this tankier matchup, can't match him. So you have to put Krypton in the side lane, the squishier member. And all Allfire is doing is walking top when his ultimate is off cooldown and pressing it again and again and again. And now it's going from bad to worse for Flippa because now not only can Ridley Prime not answer Akbalo, now Krypton's not in a position to answer Akbalo either because he's too far behind. So at the end of the day, Akbalo has complete control of the entire map. He can go wherever he pleases.
And in that entire map that they have control of, they also have control of the Baron Pit. Darkfire is making his way, but he has Ghost. He cannot flash over this wall. There's Glacial Prison straight to the face to avoid any potential for that ultimate to be used. And that is a Baron. That is the package just for safekeeping to make sure that no fight could be had, and VBU firmly in the driver's seat.
They are, and honestly, Colonel, this is the first game I'd say where, again, Kyton on the Corgi, very powerful, but the comp they're able to draft around it is also firing on all cylinders as well. Akbalo has been so powerful this series, and we're seeing when Spheric and Riv aren't on a duo lane that has huge kill threat, they aren't able to carry out the early game for their team, and now Flippa have found themselves in a really hard spot. They're now down over 6,000 gold, and with the Baron Siege on, and honestly not a lot of wave clear from the Jhin to his name, this is really devastating spot if you're Flippa.
Yeah, and now as the Siege starts, another problem that they have is unless the Victor is there, they don't have the greatest wave clear, as Call of Forge guys actually pulled in the top side, but Mundo doesn't particularly care about that one. But with Krypton in the top side, it means free reign to push in the mid, and now Spheric may lose his life for it. He has to burn his flash, almost dying to that. He'll die to one briefcase if Akbalo lands it. And now the Glacial Prison, they're looking for the fight. They're looking for everything. Akbalo flashing forward, but so far they haven't found anything, and potentially they have finally kited out the fight the way they need to. Shutdown goes over to the Victor. Islamic is trying to run, but Darkfire has to play careful. And they will flash forward. They will try and get this kill. Another flash. Finally, the shutdown goes over to Ridley Prime. They are continuing their push in the mid lane.
They get the mid tower, but they just don't need to dive there, Colonel. They throw away their big lead. They're going to get bailed out by how big that lead was, but again, just so much. It was very uncoordinated there from VBU as some decide to go in, some decide to fade out. Then Akbalo, after the fight is over, decides to come down and start hitting by himself. Yes, they look for the fight. Yes, it turns out okay, but if we look in here, look, Islamic, they're all backing off as Akbalo is going in. Oh, they swing back in to try to fight. Now, some of their carries can't walk in. Islamic isn't in a position to fight. Now, Toxin goes too deep under tower. Oh, well, Akbalo's gone now. He's like, oh, see you later, guys. I gotta go. And at the end of the day, they're bouncing in and out and back and forth at different times. And if they just fought together, this fight would be very won. But instead, that's 2 kills going over to Flippa. And I mean, it may be too little too late, but again, signs of life.
Yeah, and every kill is potential hope. Remember, this is the game that Flippa has found themselves some scaling options. They do have a big frontline problem in that they can't kill any of it. But they do have scaling of their own. Victor is a strong late game carry that Ridley will be giving him the ornaments to continue to scale. So if they do get the gold and VBU misplays, Flippa can still find themselves in a win.
They absolutely can. It's all, but the thing is the onus of execution is not on Flippa anymore. It is on VBU making a mistake. But honestly, if you're Flippa, if you just wait and you're as patient as you can be, maybe you find that mistake and maybe you find that angle to sneak back into the game. With that said, it looks like VBU are finally learning to stick together here, and now they're grouped in the bot side to take down this tier 2, and you just can't contest it if you're Flippa.
They are posturing to stake their claim before this inhibitor turret. They have the wave clear here. And now with all 5 members, Hecarim has finally grouped up with the team. Looks like VBU is not able to push any further. So although they have 2 cracked open inhibitors, they have yet to finally break that inhibitor line.
They haven't broken the inhibitor line yet, but when they're looking to channel so close to Drake's spawn, they do stop their bases. I'm getting very concerned here as...
All the Forge Gods straight into the hook. They're trying to find the engage. Hecarim is in, and he has found his mark. Varus is dead immediately. Krypton finally arriving for the team fight, but he's not there in time to deal a lot of damage, and the tanks actually might be able to kite this out for VBU. Now finally one dies, finally the second. The Corky package, can it do everything? Riv has to run. He has a Gale Force to try and make his way out the rocket does not land. Now trying his best to stall. He will finally die. Kyton getting himself the double kill, but can he carry this? He still needs to get the Drake. Ridley does not land the knockup. They're trying to find the CC, but Kyton has so much damage. He finally burns the flash, and he has actually done it. He has stopped them from getting this Drake.
There's still a lot to happen here, Colonel, as respawn timers are up very soon. Krypton has the TP. Apollo has the TP. I think that at the end of the day, Flippa realized that they can't take the fight, but again, Kyton saves the day. Oh no! Krypton's come in! I think he wants more.
It's actually Ridley. It's actually Ridley TPing after he backed. He backed and immediately TP'd after healing up to full. Now the tank line is alive. Spheric, he has himself the hook. They're gonna look for the turn. They have the root. They got Kyton. That is exactly who you need. And now Akplo is here, but he does not have his carry. And now finally Flippa will get themselves to Soul Point.
And Colonel, just as I said, if you group and stay together, the game is over, but Kyton bases. Everybody's basing before the Drake, and because of that, they're 3v5 in the river when the fight starts way back at the beginning of the Drake test, and they found the mistake. They found VBU not playing as a team, but here's the end of the fight. As you see in the top side, we barely get to see it, but Krypton was full HP, and he doesn't realize that the package is on the ground. Look down, it's at your feet. Krypton gets 100 to owed by Corky package trying to walk to rejoin the fight. And then it creates a really hard situation for Flippa because they're not able to get in on Kyton. They finally are able to walk him down, and he has to flash the wall, but with no CDs to their name, they're not able to extend the fight. But then again, the crazy TV play that happens just after. These fights are so excited. These fights are so crazy. There's so much to unpack in each fight because it's not one and done. It's 20 and done.
Absolutely, and a lot of credit to Ridley. Very well aware of the situation, well aware of what he needed to do. Backing to get that TP, secured them that Drake, secured them the potential to get Infernal Soul, and with that, secured them the potential to fight for a chance in this game 3 that they really don't have any right to win. Now, as they're going to try and get themselves vision onto Baron, it's like, obviously, the map is still very much under VBU's control. That's a very close Glacial Prison. Now Sadism is popped as well, so that's 2 ultimates to burn Krypton's flash. Let's see what Flippa, can do to punish that.
They really need to find a punch, but at the same time, Colonel, again, I don't think the onus of execution is on them still. I think they still have to relax and sit back, even with an important CD down. I don't think that's enough of a mistake for Flippa to capitalize on. They need to just relax, they need to sit back, and they need to try to get their Jhin maybe to Infinity Edge, where maybe that with the LDR is enough damage that Jhin is going to get to the hyper late, where Jhin magically starts killing tanks again at 55 minutes, but I think they just need to continue to relax here and play as slow as they can. I think they're doing a good job of that so far, as they're not overextending into the river here to try to force a fight.
Yeah, crazily enough, both CDs that were burned are now seconds away from coming back up, but now is when they pull trigger, and they will be looking for the fight. They find the root, but the damage is massive already on a Flippa's carries, and Toxin finds himself an arrow from downtown. They're trying to kite it away at below, but during the meantime, the rest of Flippa is dying to the back line, but Rib with the snipe from downtown finds one. Can he find any other shots? The 4th one does go wide. Darkfire getting saved for a second by Islamic's headbutt, and they will now try to burn down the tank line. Stunned up, lockdown is Ridley. He will get double killed by Kyton, and now VBU with a 3-to-1 trade could have their eyes on Baron.
I think they do, Colonel, and this is what I was saying. at the end of the day, Flippa try to start the fight, try to make the action happen, and with the carries not being able to get past the Mundo, you have to play front to back, and the disconnect between the front line and the back line of Flippa proves to be devastating, because if they all peeled back and just focused down that Mundo first and shut him down, then you can walk forward, then you can aggress. That's why they need to make mistakes. Wait, Allfire smites early. This could be
Slice
something.
early, and Glacial Prison goes wide. Krypton finds the kill. Can he find the Baron? No! It's going to be secured regardless by Sejuani, but now they may have overstayed. They took so much damage from this Victor, and now Riv is here to clean up. He's able to get 1 kill. They still have a couple Barons alive, but Flippa at least find themselves some sort of punish.
They do, and again, at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, there is a 6,000 gold lead for VBU, but with the way that Flippa are playing and the way that Flippa are finding these angles when there doesn't seem to be any, there's a lot of hope in this game yet. Victor was dangerously close to that death cap, and with that Void Staff and Leandri's, maybe the ornaments, as the IE comes through as well, maybe the itemization by Flippa is just enough to find another fight around this Drake. They can even give this Drake with Baron the side of VBU, making it a very scary Drake to contest. And if they wait one more dragon and they're able to get to these final breakpoints, maybe they have a chance in this game. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe they don't get outscaled.
We will have to see. In the hyper late game, it's anyone's game. I honestly feel like it could potentially come down to execution once everyone has all their items. The problem is getting there, because Riv still has a lot of gold to go. That gold lead is still valuable. Remember, at the later the game goes, the less important that becomes. But for now, it still means a lot, and a lot of that is on Kyton. It was 9-1-5 on this Cork. He has himself the Ravenous now. It's almost going to be his last item. Now they have themselves a Drake, and they still have package. They could look for a fight here. There's going to be a TP flank coming out from the Mundo. He goes where he pleases, and now Glacial Prison straight onto one. Kyton with the package. This is the beautiful fight from VBU, and they have to try and run. Victor actually dealing some damage here. He's able to get 1 on the trade. Now they're looking for the Vars, but they just cannot get enough damage. Krypton is still alive, though. Aklo is trying his best. He's not going to get locked in, but Krypton finds the damage yet again. He places the gravity well. He's going to get the stun onto 1, but his HP bar is so low. 1 more arrow will do him in. Krypton has to try and run, but there's a tower in the way. Allfire is here, and can they kill him? They can! Krypton trying to keep his team alive, and now can he get the back off? Do either of them have TP? Krypton is going to wait. They're trying to find the catch. The arrow does land, but Ridley has a small HP bar to work with. He will fall, but Krypton is still alive. He finds a stun, but the arrow straight through the heart of Flippa, and that is going to be the ace for VBU.
And at the end of the day, though, even with the A's, I don't think there's much for VBU to do anymore. I think that fight was played so well, and if you look at the backside of this fight, I don't think that Allfire Islamic should be pushing. They should be pushing waves, not chasing these kills, because Krypton and Ridley do such a great job of kiting this out. Toxin goes the wrong way, trying to wrap all the way around, and it takes him very long to get here, and because of that, they do get cleaned up at the end of the day, but it takes a long time to do it, and because of that, there's nothing for VBU to gain here.
Now, I'm not sure. I have to ask, did Krypton have his death cap for that fight?
No, and that's what's wild.
That is a terrifying reality for VBU, because this Victor was already shredding. The Alistar was 3/4 HP when Victor full HP'd him, while the Victor only had a sliver of HP to his own name, and now he has the ornament on his Leandri. Now he has the death cap, and Krypton, he could be the carry that Flippa needs.
He could be, but it looks like they're a little overextended in the mid lane here.
That's going to be the cleanse immediately out of Riv to try and keep himself alive. And now they're doing some good damage, but the TP is coming in. Krypton is here and wants to get there right away, but maybe not the best use of that summoner. But now all 5 members are in the mid lane, and a fight could be brewing.
It is, Colonel, and the game is on a knife's edge. Remember, they won this fight with Krypton cutting it out so impressively when Corky had package because it was around the Drake timer. If they take a fight now, I think that the game is so close in gold that we're in a position where Flippa can win it even 6k down. I think we're in the late game, and I think that Krypton's proven that he is enough damage to deal with these tanks. That, even though the gold graph is ridiculous, by the way, that it might just not matter.
Yeah, it's crazy how little it feels like it does. And Jin, he's the one that's supposed to have the problem, right? He's the one that's supposed to not be able to deal with this, but he has the Gale Force. He has it upgraded by Orin. He has the LDR, like you said. He has the IE, like you said. And now he also has the Rapid Fire. He is starting to become very powerful in his own right. And you saw All Fire in that small little skirmish. His HP bar disappeared for a small second, going down to half so quickly just from the Jin damage. And although he's supposed to have his problems, maybe late enough that it doesn't matter.
It may not, and Ridley's on the side here. He might look for the engage, Colonel. I think All Fire's going in, but there's no
Fire
blind
pulling
punch
the
in.
trigger. Riv, can he survive? Yes, he can, and now they're going to look for the counter engage. All Fire, his HP bar. That's a beautiful knockup from Ridley. He's going to find two. He's going to continue to keep his team in this. Now Darkfire, Sterix, beautiful timing to keep his team alive. Now Krypton, can he run them down? He's going to flash. He's going to get the Q. He's going to get the shutdown. Now Kyton having to use that Valkyrie to escape. Can he get on? Kyton, he finds one, but he's going to have the GA. Gravity Well, is that too early? No, it's perfect. Krypton gets the kill. And now with 48 seconds till the Drake, they have everything they could look for. Now Toxin could be dead as well. Can he kite this out? He's going to get rooted from downtown by Jin, and now the damage is here. And that's another ace this time from Flippa.
And Colonel, they have to grab the wave. They can't just wait for the Drake to spawn. Grab the wave. Push it down a wave. You have to get back to the Drake after. There's so much happening here as they may be able to... Honestly, the timers are so weird. Maybe they can't take this Drake. Maybe they should have ran to Baron and tried to do it as two. But at the end of the day, they're just sitting around waiting for something to happen, and I don't think they know what to do here. The Drake is spawning in 8 seconds, but All Fire is on the way, and there's a TP coming in already.
All Fire is so close to being there in time. Act below. He is here just in time for the Drake to spawn, but Krypton does so much damage to this objective. Spheric sees it coming, but can he get the smite? This is what he needs. He gets the steal. He gets the soul, and that could be VBU taking game 3. He's gonna find Riv. Can Riv run away? No, he cannot. Double kill going over to Mundo. Spheric just has to wait down his life. He will fall. Kyton not needed. The package not needed. VBU take everything.
They do another running bottom to try to end the game, Colonel. The timers are really, really long here. We have 40 seconds on all important members, and I don't think Ridley and Darkfire are the two to be able to stop Kyton with an Infernal Soul. They're going to walk in with a 4 Drake Infernal, and honestly, if they have the wave, they can do it. I think the wave is on the way. They have 2 casters. Akbalo has to tank. He will. And there's nothing
Ridley
for VBU to
pulling
do here.
trigger on the ultimate, trying to clear the wave. He has both the minions, and now they have to wait for this wave. They're trying to stall for Krypton. 10 seconds left until their mid laner comes back alive, but now Darkfire could be under fire. He's going to get headbutted out, luckily enough, and now the shield's going to pop. That's massive shielding to keep himself alive, but the towers are in the sights of VBU. The respawns are here. Can they solve it? No, the HP bar too low is not fast enough. VBU, they are going to take game 3.
And Colonel, again, they find the right fight, but the macro mistake in the hyper late game proves to not be enough. If we look at the damage charts, though, oh my god, Akbalo, I didn't know that Mundo was a hyper carry. And at the end of the day, the damage from him is disgusting. But what Flippa needed to do there is when they got the ace, they have to walk to some objective. I know that you're just 2 carries, you don't have a front line, but it's so late in the game that maybe you can take an objective or at least push down mid lane, reset, and come back. There was ample time for Krypton to reset. He was on just 30% HP, and that's part of why he died so fast. So at the end of the day, a big mistake from Flippa costing them that game just as they were out of it and they found themselves back in and threw it away again.
On a knife's edge that entire time. That was a 59 death game. We've had 2 games breaking 50 and almost 2 games breaking 60. This is probably the bloodiest grand final we could ever have, and I'm so here for it.
It absolutely is. And I guess in the break, we should check out the total kill count. I'd love to know what number of kills. Maybe it can be a testament to finals in years to come for EGL of the highest kill finals ever. I'd love to know what the kill is at. But Colonel, when we go find that out in break, with that said, we are going to go to that break now. Everybody freeze. It's the cop. If you move, I'll be there. All right? Don't move. We'll be back in 10.
in my head aren't shining no more. I don't know if we can do this anymore. If there is a time that we if there is a way I will never stay, never stay. I don't need to tell you that it's over. And I know if I come any closer, I don't need to tell you that it's over. And I know if I come any closer, this is gonna be too much for us to bear.
I don't need to tell you that it's over. You can probably see it in the way I stare. And I know if I come any closer, this is gonna be too much for us to bear. I don't need to tell you that it's over. You can probably see it in the way I stare. And I know if I come any closer, this is gonna be too much for us to bear. I'm just calling to say it's gonna be too much for us to bear. say
I wanna heal your sorrow. Talk to me. We'll make a new tomorrow. Talk to me. What makes this happy face? Showing off, don't wanna have to wait tonight. Better off, I'm gonna find my way tonight. Won't you talk to me? I wanna heal your sorrow. Talk to me. We'll make a new tomorrow. Talk to me. What makes this happy face?
don't want nobody change me now. Cause I like to be myself. If you're not agree, you can walk away. You can walk away. You can walk away. Something in my mind makes me think I ain't nobody perfect. Something in my mind makes me think I ain't nobody perfect. Ain't nobody perfect. Ain't nobody perfect. Ain't nobody perfect.
Hello, everybody. We are back into draft for game 4. We are going the distance, VBU, up 2-1. And now, Flippa find themselves back on blue side.
They do, and that's where they found the success. I think we're seeing maybe a position of power being formed around this Varus pick. I would be very surprised if Flippa gave this up because, honestly, for both sides, it looked so good and so dominant. But if it's not banned here, I don't know if there's any other power picks in the game unless maybe you consider that Diana pick as a potential B1 option. In the game right now, that is as strong as this Varus, so let's see how this draft unfolds as Yon and Corgi, thank God, are being banned away from VBU.
Crazy to see that. No one would have ever guessed that those two champs would be banned, but we'll see what VBU decides to ban because they have banned themselves the Ashe that they played in game 1. They are scared of that possibility from Riv. Riv is well known for his Ashe. And Paul, you may have actually jinxed it. Varus hovered potentially as a span.
Well, I think it's really important to note that if they do ban the Varus, as they're hovering about a million things, and finally the Diana ban is on the way, I was very curious. I wonder if instead of the Varus, they pick the Tristana B1 here for Riv 60, because they've been banning it all series because kiting is such a threat on this champion. Maybe Flippa are hoping it slips through the draft. Maybe they hope that it sneaks by and they're able to get the Tristana for themselves, but now they have a tough decision. Do they take the Varus? Do they take the Tristana? Do they ban one and give them the option for the other? That is the worst decision you could have made.
I don't think VBU thought of that as a possibility. Losing track of what changed from drafts going into game 1, 2, 3, and now 4. They forgot about this Tristana. So banning away the Varus thinking, hey, they're not going to have anything to pick in AD. Oh, wait, this Tristana is still on the table.
It is Colonel, and again, they make such a weird decision as Tristana is such a powerful pick in this series. And I guess their answer is Aphelios, Mr. 200 Years, is also back on the Rift. Honestly, Colonel, very excited to see this. I think this champion is so 1v9 right now, but I honestly didn't think we were going to see it tonight, so happy to see it locked in. Let's see what Toxin can do on the hyper carry for himself. I would expect Thresh to be locked in next year, but maybe they can pivot back to the Zac that they're so comfortable on as well. It could be either.
Honestly, if they don't pick the Thresh here, I hope that they look for it before they get to the second round of bans. But you're right, they do go with the Zac. But the reason Aphelios Thresh offers so much, and the reason that it's such a common combo, as there it is, Flippa's going to take it away immediately, giving that to Spheric, is Aphelios needs some of that help. He is immobile, and only a little bit of movement speed bonus from your Q, and now he doesn't have that protection, and now a lot more of the onus of execution will fall onto Toxin himself.
It will, and with that Thresh being picked away, they have kind of pigeonholed themselves into a corner here. I don't know if VBU have something prepped to play into Thresh. My bot lane has some ideas of their own when I'm playing about what we do into Thresh, but I think they're going to hover the Galio for Islamic. I've never seen this pairing before in my life. Colonel, I'm not sure how it goes, but right before we get into bans, as we see Victor banned away, very interesting pick here that we didn't get to talk about is the Trundle being picked into Zac. And Colonel, that's a very strange matchup because Trundle counters tanks, but Zac is his worst tank matchup. So we'll have to see how that one unfolds, as I think both junglers are in a very, very even matchup.
Yeah, I'm honestly a little bit surprised that this is what they default to, considering just last game they showed they're ready to default onto the likes of the Hecarim when they aren't first picking the Diana. They did that both of their other blue side games, and this time they banned it. So this must be something that was pre-planned, that was premeditated to go to this Trundle to prepare to be, even though it will most likely be into the Zac, like you said. So this is something that they've probably accounted for.
It has to be, because honestly, I do like the Trundle side of this matchup as well, though last week I did also get destroyed by a Zac in this matchup, so who knows, Colonel. As we see the rest of the bans being locked in, it is the Malphite being taken away from Ridley, and Aurelia again being taken away from Below or Kyton. We don't really know. We haven't seen it played.
I much expect it to be in the mid lane. Of course, that Sylas is the flex, which we also saw back in the likes of Game 1, if you can remember that far back. The Sylas banned just specifically for the top lane, so that is a lot of respect to Aklo. And this time, he will be giving the blind pick once again to let Kyton get the counter pick. He's going with Aatrox on the top side.
You know, and Aatrox is a decent blind, but with that said, I think that unlike when we saw him in Season 10 and Season 9 when he came out and was so dominant, there are answers now, and it's up to Flippa to see if Ridley Prime plays these answers. They're hovering the Renekton. It's not a bad option here. I actually... Shame on me for being a color and not knowing how this matchup goes, because I might as well, but... It does seem like it's actually losing for Renekton, though with that said, a lot of matchups in solo queue are losing for Renekton, but that's the Seraphine mid. Honestly, it's been off the ban table all series, and I'm so surprised that it hasn't been picked until right now. With that being one of Kyton's most comfortable champions, it has to be a clutch takeaway by Flippa here on Blue 5.
It's incredibly surprising for it to not have priority until this point. I love that you pointed that out, but now Kyton still has that R5 counter pick, and this is a champion he knows very well, so he's actually going to go for the Kale matchup. That is going to be a Kale mid into Kurdo in the mid lane.
And honestly, this is notes of BOL semifinals back in, I'm going to have to check my calendar, June? May? The last time I've seen Kyton on this pick, but it is something that he plays. It is something that he carried on. I was on the desk for a 50-minute base race where Kyton took it with the Kale. He's definitely capable on this champion, and honestly, again, I'm going to sound like a broken record, guys. I think that Aphelios Kale is pretty scaling. Not going to lie. And I think that Renekton Trundle is pretty early game. Not going to lie. So, dare I say it again? But we're seeing another early game versus late game team comp able to duke it out and see what they can do. But this time, I think that Flippa also have a nice fallback with that Seraphine Tristana, that they're able to do more throughout the game consistently, and VBU have put too many coins into that late game scaling.
And another thing to point out with this early versus late game battle that we've constantly seen so far in this grand final is VBU has been tried and tested all 3 O's in their favor on that Corki as their late game assurance, as that we win once game hits 40 minutes kind of card. And now, although it is on the same person, although it is Kyton who's going to be piloting it on a very different kind of champion who has to play very differently. So we'll have to see how VBU can handle that.
We really do have to see how VBU can handle that. And honestly, honestly, Colonel, it's something that they're so prepared for. It's something that it's their team identity to do just that. And again, I think if any team is to test them again and again and again, it is Flippa United. So we're going to have to see how this one goes into game 1. One last question, Colonel, for you. Do you think that because of what you said that VBU have it, or do you think that Flippa can edge it out?
Honestly, I saw this Kale pocket pick way back when, but I feel like it's way harder for Kyton to do the things that he can do on Corki that now that he has to do on Kale. So honestly, I think Flippa may tie it up. What about you?
And honestly, I love the Tristana on Riv 60. I'm not gonna lie, over the course of playoffs, I've become a Riv Sphere simp. I'm a bit of a simp. I won't lie. There's no bias on this desk unless it's for Riv 60, because
unless it's for Riv 60.
Out of his mind all playoffs. Absolutely unreal from him. Throughout the entire playoffs, it hasn't been close. So honestly, Riv signature champion, why not? it's gonna be amazing if he does pull it off. But with that said, Colonel, with that said, everybody in chat, everybody stay where you are. Do not move. We will be back in 10 minutes as we get into Game 4 of EGL Grand Finals.
Cause I don't want nobody change me now. Cause I like to be myself. If you're not agree, you can walk away. You can walk away. You can walk away. Something in my mind makes me think there ain't nobody perfect. Something in my mind makes me think there ain't nobody perfect. Ain't nobody perfect. Ain't nobody perfect. Ain't nobody perfect. Ain't nobody perfect.
I don't wanna see you while you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, I still spin inside your orbit. Yeah. You say that I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you stop and make me have to stay. Cause I'm floating in your orbit. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. Just my luck. Put me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand. Come on, name, you understand. I wanna stay. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. Just my luck. Put me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand. I wanna leave, you understand. I wanna stay. Cause I don't wanna walk away. I wanna see you while you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, still spinning inside your orbit. I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you stop and make me have to stay. Cause I'm floating in your orbit. Pull me back, take my hand. Come on, name, you understand. I wanna stay. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. Just my luck. Put me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand. I wanna leave, you understand. I wanna stay. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Pull me back, take my hand. Come on, name, you understand. I wanna stay. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away.
Seeing monsters at your window. No, you can't sleep. You pretend though you don't have to play the hero. 'Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army.
Hello, everybody. We are back heading into Game 4, Flippa United versus VBU Krypton. We are going the distance, and this time around, VBU has a very different draft. Of course, it's the same flavor that VBU has always been running, but a lot of different champions in a lot of the important carry positions.
Absolutely, and I think the most important thing to note here is a lot of emphasis is being taken off below as the second solo lane carry. Though Aatrox is a strong champion, it doesn't scale as much as the other champions he's been playing, and the emphasis is being on to Toxin as the second carry in their 2 carry, 3 frontline systems that they've been running, or the 2 tanks, 2 carries, 1 utility ADC systems they've been running. Now Toxin is on a hyper carry, and that completely changes the dynamic of how VBU want to play. And at the end of the day, it could be bad, but it could be amazing, and it could be the change-up that they need to close out the series and become EGL champions.
And what a story that would be in the inaugural split for VBU to take this home. I think Cole would be really happy to see that in his trophy case. But as the game starts, check out the junglers. This is going to be different than the other games that we've seen. It will be starting on bot side for both of them, actually.
Yeah, and I guess in this matchup specifically, there is so much more emphasis on this early game top side. The matchup is pretty crazy. There's a lot of fighting to be had. I think whatever top laner gets ahead has a really easy time of staying ahead. With that said, though, Trundle does have his reasons as well. Trundle cannot do red side camps, and Darkfire is not on a full clear champion, so we're going to see how his pathing changes when he's not on one of those champions who like to hyper clear. It even looks like he's setting up for the 3 camp, so lots to come from him as waves crash and we're into game 4.
And already you can see which lanes we're expecting to be strong. The top lane has a lot of fighting and a lot of push for this priority, but actually bot lane gets the early level 2. The hook does not land as Islamic does channel regardless, but that's going to be early pressure for Riv on the Tristana. And on the top side, Ridley has control of his wave, so both side lanes for Flippa.
Looking very strong indeed, Colonel. And honestly, the level 2 fight bot lane has gone towards Flippa every single time, and a big
Ignite
amount of
going down.
damage.
Oh, that bomb was very close. Islamic down to less than 200 HP. Now they're able to push this in, and that actually gives Darkfire on the opposite side with Ridley pushing in opportunity to steal this red buff, and he should be able to do it straight out from under Allfire's nose.
Wow, he goes 3 camp into an invade. That is so crazy from him. I think that Allfire just doesn't know what to do now. He thinks that his lane is gone. No vision caught out here. I think Allfire could get caught here. Trying to contest this scuttle. He opts into backing off. I guess they know what's going on. And at the end of the day, I mean, wow, impressive pathing from Darkfire, really changing the pace of this game and taking away something that Allfire really needs.
Yeah, and Allfire really didn't expect that coming in, and Darkfire is able to go down and get the scuttle, and then he will be able to rotate through his smaller camps as well, because his Krugs and Raptors are still up and available now that he is level 3, could be level 4 soon, and this is great pathing by him.
It absolutely is, and Ridley Prime doesn't overstay to try to punish the low HP Aatrox under tower before he can heal, so not only did Allfire stick around for Krugson to make a play, he doesn't make anything happen from it, so now Darkfire has so much early control in this game. Now, honestly, no kills down, a lot of League of Legends yet to play, but very, very well done by Darkfire early.
And you can already see that CS lead starting to develop, but it will only further grow as he starts to claim the rest of these camps, and he should have himself a massive advantage once these skirmishes start, once the Drake fight starts, 20 seconds until that ocean spawns, and his team would love to prioritize him.
They absolutely would. They should try to push the pressure around these early Drakes again. It is something that Darkfire does so well as well, but Allfire's gotten a base off and is in the bot side right now, while I think Turtle actually is opting into full clearing again, or basing, as there's a fight in the bot side actually.
A big taunt on it too, but Riv able to get the jump out. Now Spheric is ignited, he's gonna take a lot of damage. He will not be able to go any further, getting himself the shield with the lantern, but Allfire is on this side of the map. He can potentially look for a play.
I think that play may be Drake, Colonel, if they can get the push in here, or maybe they're holding the freeze and trying to push Riv and Spheric off the bot lane. It is so, so dangerous for them, but at the end of the day, it looks like maybe nothing comes of this, but Allfire is still waiting, maybe looking for an angle.
Spheric is looking for the hook that is on cooldown if Allfire pulls trigger, but they're not doing anything so far. They might be waiting for this wave before they rotate over to Drake, but this is a lot of time that Allfire is not able to do anything.
Yeah, and waiting for a play is important, but the wave was pushing in, and you need to recognize that if you're Allfire, because not being able to make anything happen, not even able to take the Drake, Trundle has very much so overstayed on the map here. He needs to base. Taking this camp is very, very risky here. He is a level up, but he has so much gold in his inventory, he just can't be this deep.
He may be trying anyway. He does have the smite, but Kyton is here. Kyton is level 6. It is smited away. Now Kyton could potentially be in danger, but Allfire is coming over the wall. Darkfire has so much gold, and he's not going to be able to spend a Corrito with a beautiful flash. The charm, that is massive! He's able to get out, but now Darkfire has reinforcements coming in from VBU. He is going to die. It's going to be first blood, and of course, is right on to Kyton.
It is undercutted, and that's a huge, huge mistake from Darkfire. All you need to do after you hit the Gromp is base, not invade. You need to recognize that you've gotten so much out of this early clear, and you had the Kindle Gem and the Sheen in base, and instead you stay on the map for way too long, and the punish starts from VBU as there's more.
Ridley Prime also staying maybe a bit too long, but he pops the Dominus. He's going to go in, he's going to slice, he's going to dice, and now he has the damage. Flashing out is Akblo. He uses the ultimate as well, and winning the 1v2 is Ridley Prime.
And wow, Ridley Prime is just so ahead in this game. Because honestly, oh, he flashes in! Oh my god, Colonel!
Oh! Ridley Blunt with the solo kill. Now, potentially looking for a 2v2 in the bottom side. Spheric, he's gonna flash, he's gonna look for the flag. Can he get himself the hook? But his HP bar is just so low, and Toxin gets gifted a kill, and now having the cleanse, he's trying to get away from the Toxin. Oh, he's gonna be able to stay alive. The cutie heal, he's half HP again. Darkfire, you gotta run. You are cannon fodder to Aphelios.
And again, Colonel, they overforced too early. Spheric flashes in 10 seconds too early. Darkfire was there. You just need to wait. And instead of waiting, they go in way too early. Ridley Prime trying to do it himself topside, finds the fantastic topside play. Spheric realizes that he may be caught out here, but just walk away. Just walk away. Just walk away. Don't walk back in. He walks back in. Tristana has no bomb. The jump is on cooldown too. It just comes off cooldown now. The cleanse from Toxin, thinking he has heal, is something, but because red, white, you can't fight him in the extended. You have to burst him down. And that's the mistake they make with Aphelios. They fight him on red, white in the early game, and he's able to heal up so much. And now we have 200 years online.
And so much gold directly into his inventory. And now he already has himself a CS advantage. So check out for when he gets that mythic online, because he will become a menace. And we talked about this different look for VBU putting Toxin on a hypercarry, but if the early game is any show for it, this could work out in their favor. Now Aklo has a big pick, the pillar. He's nowhere left to run. Ridley Prime will take his second kill of the game. Aklo dying once more, and the top lane is starting to fall apart for VBU.
I mean, it absolutely is, and finally Darkfire being able to make a play off of his early pathing that seems to have basically disappeared at this point. They are on the Rift Herald, but with so many kills in the bot side, there are two things that... Oh no!
Big taunt! You cannot get hit by that. Riv falls, he burns his heal. He doesn't have time to flash, and now there's a play in the mid lane. Krypton is not hit by the elastic slingshot, and now potentially look to siege a little bit more. They have themselves the Rift Herald, Darkfire's inventory, so they can use that whenever they please.
They can, but it's all about the pathing from Flippa. They can't path around the Galio and the Aphelios. They need to walk all the way around and give minions if they're caught up there that late. So honestly, it's a battle of topside versus bot side. What can Flippa find on the top side to make this even? And look, they're looking for more.
Act below, the pillar doesn't stop him fully this time. He will get the pulls on the Infernal Chains back, and now Allfire is here trying to look onto Ridley, but that's not who you want to find. He's doing so much damage, slicing through the blob, and the damage is so almost barely not proccing it. Now Act below could potentially look for more, but Krypton with the TP to keep his top, to keep his jungler alive, and now they may be even looking to tower dive this. Does not look like a good idea with Darkfire's HP bar, but
there's a wave
nonetheless.
Yeah, they look for more because Krypton commits the TP, but honestly, you just need to disengage those types of plays instead. And I understand that they're trying to play for each other, and it's a good motion to have to play for each other here. But again, a TP gone wasted because of a bit of an overcommitment in the top side, but honestly, they still have to try more things like that. They still have to go back to the top side again. They can't really do anything about the Aphelios at this point. They've kind of let him get out of hand a little too early to punish him now. They need to wait until they're a little stronger in their top side, and the Renekton is able to shut him down themselves as they're caught again.
That's a beautiful jump by Riv, able to completely stop the taunt. And now the hook! That's a beautiful hook on a Toxin. That was the slam from Islamic to try and keep him alive, but shut down from Aphelios, and is right onto Tristana. She gets the jump reset. She has a bunch of gold in her inventory now, and they may have balanced out this bottom side.
Hey, Colonel, I did it again. I didn't mean it, Toxin, I promise. It's not malicious. I just say how you're untouchable and they need to play towards top side as they take a fight, and Darkfire is there to clean it up. Maybe I need to work on my jungle pathing theory in my off time, because I am boosted because they get the shutdown onto Tristana, and now with an early, honestly, an early shield bow Berserker Greaves from Aphelios is terrifying. But with that said, Riv maybe has signs of life again.
Yeah, big infusion of gold. They are able to get 2 plates as well. They could potentially be looking for a play here as Zach is able to go in a decent bit of CC. The hook is going to land onto the Galio, but the HP bar is going down so rapidly. But all the carries are here. Toxin is here. Kain is here. Spheric on a sliver of HP. He will go down immediately after if they can hit him, but they can't. Darkfire gets the kill onto the Bloblets. Now Toxin, he's trying to deal the damage, but he does not have the right gun combination yet. And they're actually able to get away from this after they send everybody to the bot side.
They do send... I mean, honestly, they commit so much there to try to save the play, but Flippa get away with it again, and now... Honestly, this Renekton is becoming such a clutch member for the side of Flippa because when a game looks really unstable in the bot side, you have to hope you have a position of power to play too, and because this Renekton is so strong in this game, for Signs of Life, he can go back top now with the heal cut, with all of the items, and go punish Aatrox again and try to push his advantage and pull his team back into the game. With that said, Toxin is on Shield Bow Berserker Greaves at 13 minutes. So if he is able to play well around this Drake with this flash, he could take it for his team himself as well.
He is in prime position to carry despite that falter in the bottom lane by VBU, and now we could be looking for a fight. Galio is looking for the heroic punch engage, but the charm is there. Encore onto the important member, onto Toxin. Now they have to use the ultimate from Kale just to keep him alive, as Darkfire will try and get rid of Allfire to get rid of the other jungle, get rid of the smite, but Spirit may have given his life, and Toxin with the snipe from downtown using his ultimate to secure the kill, and now looks like Flippa gonna have to give over the Drake.
And I think they had to in the first place, Colonel. I think that with the TP advantage, Rift Prime came down in the earlier... I mean, wow, that's a lot of damage over the wall.
Darkfire is here. He has the blast cone. Oh, you could see it in his eyes. On fire. A sliver of HP, but is able to escape Krypton.
Yeah, absolutely is, but Ridley Prime TP down earlier to stop VBU from punishing the play, and that means Akbalo has TP the very, very, very next play. And they need to recognize that and maybe lightly contest the Drake over the wall with some poke if they'd like, because Krypton was putting out a lot of damage there, but you can't commit like you did because you're going to get punished, and they do. They need to be communicating these TP timers better.
And now we find ourselves at a little bit of a pause. There is a small gold lead for Flippa, but not really much considering they are the early game composition. To be honest, the only important factor so far is how far ahead this Renekton is. Now, Allfire on the bottom side may potentially try and look to continue to accelerate Toxin into the late game prowess that you know this champion can have, but Riv is playing it safe.
Absolutely, and I think he needs to, because even though Riv has the Kraken of his own, honestly, depending on the Aphelios gun combos, it completely changes the dynamic of the game. It's something that's really unnoted about Aphelios. Aphelios right now is an Affernum Graviton, and I actually don't know the name of Red-White. I'm a bad color caster, and a Red-White gamer, and when he's on either of those gun combinations, because of the way new Aphelios is, it's way too dangerous, but I don't think players have really learned about how Aphelios works yet, and if Toxin himself knows how this champ works, maybe he's the one who's able to punish.
Uh-oh, Krypton finding himself in the same slump he did last game, just a little bit overextended. He had Ridley Prime in the wing, so he felt safe to walk up, but there's more members on the side of VBU, and he ends up giving his life.
He does, and I think he thinks that he's able to poke into this Kale. He's trying to put pressure into this matchup, but he has to realize that he doesn't do much into Kale, and he just has to sit back and relax. And honestly, trying to make a play there onto the Kale, I know it's frustrating, but you just can't. And looks like without a mid laner, they're still looking to contest anyway. This could be really dangerous.
They are going to be using the TP, but the fight is starting regardless. Aphelios is doing so much damage, but the charm is massive, and they're going to try to keep Islamic alive. They're going to try and keep their hopes alive, but that's a 1-for-1 so far. The Rift Herald is dead to an eye pop, and it will be popped. It will be taken by Flippa, and they're winning the fight too. They're going to get everyone. Toxin has to 1v9, but Riv is jumping on top. Riv is going to die, but Ridley with the slice will take him out 4-0-2, and they get the Herald.
And Ridley went absolutely crazy in that fight, flashing onto the Kale here as we go into replay. The TP comes in. This is a great encore from the Seraphine. So much damage comes down. Fox is able to cleanse and continue the fight. Now, Ridley Prime is coming from the top side here as the fight seems to be lost. And as the Galioar comes out, it doesn't matter. Ridley flashes onto the backline, finds the Fury stun. Because of that, the play is able to continue. But again, walking into Aphelios with that white gun is so dangerous. And he's able to heal just enough to trade back more. And Flippa, you need heal cut. It's time. It's time to buy it. There's so much healing on this team. Where is our heal cut?
It's crazy that he was healing that much without the full red-white combo. He didn't have Severum to get that healing. It was just a shield bow on top of Crescendum as it is, and he's just too strong for it to matter. So already starting to get those buys, that's the Chempunk's chainsword in the inventory of Ridley, and I'd like to see more of it. As soon as they start to get this, then all of a sudden Toxin was a lot less overwhelming.
Absolutely, specifically out of the bot lane. I know that it's annoying when you have to buy heal cut. For you, it says it delays my spikes, but you have to consider how important it is for winning the fight. If you have that heal cut, if you have that 40% reduction of healing on that Aphelios, do you kill him? And I think the answer is yes in a lot of situations, so you just have to sacrifice a bit of your build path to get there, and I hope that either Riv or Spirik finds a way to sacrifice that because they are the ones into Aphelios most often.
I would also like to see if Corrido is able to get that. If you remember the Enchanter items, and specifically Enchanter item specifically for the heal cut, it's just so powerful and people don't give it enough credit. But it can be incredibly strong. And Seraphine, she's doing well, and she is building for damage, but I think that item could be incredibly powerful to keep her team competent in these fights.
It is absolutely something she can go for, but I think that she needs the damage. But nonetheless, I think there's a contest for Drake, and Allfire is trying to go in the...
That's a big charm straight into the knockup. Can they continue to get the damage out, though? They have already used so much, and Riv is blasted out of the fight, but they're winning. They're taking them all. Oh, the Drake is there. That's the soul point secured for VBU. Allfire doing well to smite secure that one. Islamic will fall, but they will lose the fight. They will lose their teammates, in Riv able to get the double kill. Aatrox gets one, but that's the ace just for a Drake.
It is the ace, but Colonel with Baron spawning in 5, I think they can go for it. I think they are. Perfect timing. They find the ace. If we go to replay here, such a huge ultimate again found from Corrido to start this fight off, and Darkfire is able to hit Kaiden all by himself, while Ridley is able to clean up Aphelios all by himself. And that's what happens when your top side is strong. It doesn't matter that your carries are strong. If you can't protect them, they just die. And from here, no matter what VBU can do, this fight is over. And just like that, Colonel, from what seemed to be a very, very, very strong opening from VBU, they aren't able to find the right fights in the mid game, and though they're pressuring Soul Point, Flippa take the bear.
They are now down almost 6k gold already before this Baron power play starts to even balloon that further. You see how fast it has jumped from about 17 or 18 minute mark until now. It's just been 2-1 fights that mean the difference, and now they're set to even go further as Riv, he's starting to come online in his own right.
He absolutely is, and I think something important to note is that even though the hyper carries of VBU scale later into the game, Tristana and Seraphine in the late game are definitely not bad champions. This is a bit of a different dynamic that we are seeing, as I think that Flippa's front line is definitely a little weaker as we get to the hyper late, and I think that VBU's carries are definitely a little stronger as we get to the hyper late. I don't think that Flippa are slouches in the late game, unlike some of the other comps they've been running this series. And with the Tristana coming online, like you said, and the Seraphine coming online, like you said, maybe they can continue to fight for this next dragon and on into the late game, even into Calaphilios.
We'll see. It sounds like a tough battle, but so far they are proving you right that they can do this, and they can send us to a Game 5 now starting the siege. They're able to get 2 towers so far, but yet to crack that inhibitor. But they have caught Allfire. The pillar is stopping him. He's going to have to use the ultimate, but charmed up from Corrido. Darkfire chopping down on the kill, and they will get their jungler, and now they can continue the siege.
They can, and with the mid wave getting cleared very quickly, they aren't going to be able to take the mid inhibitor.
What a hook! Toxin is hooked immediately. Now, can they keep him alive? Kale ult trying so hard, but they will find one. Can they find more? Ridley is trying to do his best, but they're able to get a trade. Now, Riv, you actually... Oh, no! He dies to tower! You hate to see it. Nephelios gives himself a triple, and now they have to finally run. VBU get themselves an advantage off of a misplay from Riv. They might have found themselves back into this game.
They have Colonel because even though they catch Toxin at the start of the fight, they don't finish the job and they let him live. And you can't do that to an Aphelios. Let's take a look here. They're going into the mid lane. Spheric is about to find the off onto Toxin. Finds the hook and they go in. The ulti comes down from Kyden. It is the right... It's the right target. Aphelios is low, but Ridley Prime, turn around! Turn around! You have to hit Toxin, and then Riv goes in so greedily to try to save the play. He understands the notion, but you can't go in that deep when the fight is lost and ends up bleeding more gold over. Now, Aphelios is all of this team's gold. Everything in this game lies on the Aphelios, because if you look, besides Kyten, who's kind of in the pack, three of the bottom 5 players are VBU players, and that is a very dangerous spot to be in indeed. So unless Toxic can keep pulling off absolutely astonishing performances like he is so far in this game, we'll have to see how the game progresses, as the team in front of him is very weak right now.
He has to absolutely 1v9. He's trying to stall. Remember, they still have this Kale. They still have this late game assurance policy that they always love to put Kyten on. And he's closing in on that level 16 mark, level 14 now. He's been doing work so far, but honestly, it's just been support duty to try and keep Aphelios alive this time around. If they can wait long enough, they'll finally have a second carry on the field.
They will, and going for the top tower so close to Drake does mean they're going to just give the inhibitor for free, which maybe it's a trap all along. Maybe they just want it for the Kale, but it seems like as Drake is spawning as well, they can just retreat to this Drake and take it for free if they're fast enough. Honestly, trading an inhibitor for top tier 1 in my head doesn't sound worth it. I know that there's a new movement in League of Legends that not always taking the inhibitor is good, and I agree. But I think in a game like this where you're trying to end the game so soon, you do need to end the game before the inhibitor respawns anyway, so taking it for the pressure is very important.
And although we're talking about them wanting to end soon, there's even more pressure to do so because they did get that Drake, but VBU is still on Drake Point, and we didn't mention it much before, but it's a Mountain Soul. And I say this every time I'm on a cast with one. It feels so incredibly difficult to lose when you have a Mountain Soul secured. So 5 minutes from now, if VBU can secure that Drake, they might still have a chance.
They absolutely might, Colonel. But if we look at the item finishes here, you were right all along. The Chemtech Putrefier comes through for the Seraphine. Also on the Trono, the Anatma's Chains comes through to put on that Aphelios and shut him down. I think that with Toxin finishing the IE, it is also a good itemization choice. Thank you for not going LDR. Anyway, it is a very, very good itemization choice from players in this game, knowing exactly what they need from shop to be in the most powerful position possible. And with Baron spawning in 20 Colonel, I think that this is the game-deciding fight. I would go as far to say that whoever wins the fight around Baron when it spawns is going to go on to win this game.
And we just missed it, but Kyten hit level 15 off that top lane wave. He is so incredibly close, but it seems like it may not come in time for this all-important fight as Baron is now on the table, and they might have found their catch. They're trying to go onto Ridley. He is tanky. He has the dominance to keep alive, and they've actually killed Aatrox. He's too squishy, and the rest of the team is not strong enough around Toxin, and it's all up to him. He finds one. Can he continue to go? The rest of his team is ready to dive. Riv has the jump. Can he get caught? He's going to find it. Spirit, he's actually going to die. He's going to get the kill, but can he survive? No, he's shut down. And with that, the hopes of VBU fall. We're going to be going to a game 5.
Yeah, and I think they have time on the base. The only person who's up in time is Akpo in 15. Maybe he can pull off the heroic to end the game. Raven Carito are running to the towers. They're going to try to end the game now. They know they can't wait any longer. But Akbalo is going to see if he can pull off the heroics to stall this game.
He is spawning immediately, but the tower is so squishy to both of these members. Carito taking some damage and potentially giving Akbalo some time to have hope. He's actually taking a lot of tower shots from the Leandries, but now he has his sights on the Nexus. Can he get it? He's gonna flash away from the taunt, but he cannot end the game. Akbalo is able to stall, able to clear the wave. Now VBU have one more chance to fight.
They're TPing in from behind, trying to catch Carito with Kyton.
Kyton coming in. Can he get the kill? He's going to find one. He's going to find two. Can he get it? The Q is there. No, he finds the second shutdown going over to Kyton, and they have themselves hope as their Nexus is open, but they have the fight. Baron is on the table. They could be looking for even more, but that's a TP. They're going to be looking in. They're trying to finish it here. Ridley Prime using the dominance, getting the slice, getting the dice to try and kill Akbalo. He's on to the Nexus now. Toxin is winning the fight on the other side, but it may be too little too late. Ridley is continuing to heal. Akbalo cannot win this 1v1. He needs someone to come help. Now Ridley, he has the flash. He's trying to do it, but the Infernal Chains pulling him back. Can it be enough? No! Flippa is sending us to game 5.
And what a fashion to do a Colonel the TP into the base with only Akbalo there. They aren't clearing their waves as they try to punish the carries for running away with their lives. And Ridley, an amazing game from him. How clutch was he on this Renekton, absolutely pulling his team back against this very, very fed Aphelios.
VBU saw the championship in their eyes. They had it. If they win that fight and they don't lose, they can march straight down mid. They can have a chance to win the championship, but it is snuffed out from this Renekton TPing in to save the game for Flippa United. Now, we're going all the distance. We're going to game 5.
And Colonel, not to be bittersweet about it, but this the last game of EGL, an entire season of storylines and comebacks and amazing last week playoff. Last week, what team's going to be in, what team's going to be out of playoffs. Flippa going basically from 8th to 4th, coming all the way to finals. VBU being at the top, falling back down, climbing up the losers bracket to get their rematch. And all of these storylines come together for this very bittersweet, exciting game 5 between VBU and Flippa. Wow.
Everybody, I don't want you guys to miss this. We're going to take a quick break before we head into the grand finale of EGL Season 1. Stay tuned.
When your nightmares turn to real life and the ground's filled up with landmines, we will face it standing side by side. You know I'll come running when you need. I'm coming. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your If you go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarms and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our cloudlands when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. And I'll be running, possessed by a low, low voodoo. Fired up like a wolf on a full moon. And we're stuck in a la la land. The tides will turn without us. And I'll be killing time like I might be a cartoon. Take it in real life like haiku. I know we got the good vibes when pieces fall right into place. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Play me like a bass guitar. Simmer down and mess me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drum me round in your red Ford. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Hold on.
Interstellar night space, no one else sees.
Hello, everybody. We are back, and finally, we have come to the crux of EGL Season 1, Game 5 Grand Finals. You couldn't have written it better. VBU is going to find themselves on blue side for the final game.
They are, and this is a side they won on earlier in the series. You know, honestly, maybe they want to B1 that Varus that looked so powerful in Game 3. Wow, it's been a long night, Colonel Cannon. And maybe they want to look for that Varus. Maybe they want to force out that Varus ban, leave something up for Kyden. Like maybe that Tristana that went over to Flippa can go over to VBU. With that said, bans are stock standard going into Game 5, but I wouldn't be surprised with a change of sides making the bans change a little here.
It's already different because the last time around, VBU first picked that Varus. This time, they're banning it away. We'll see if Tristana is on or off the table. But Flippa is not going to fall for the same thing that VBU did in that first, but that does leave up the Diana that's been such high priority in the first 3 games.
It absolutely has, and this is the first time this series we're seeing VBU on this pick. Allfire and Kyden, both very capable dive players. Allfire, one of the highest mastery Diana players around, and Kyden very good at the champion as well. So watch for that flex as this draft develops. But with that said, Flippa back on the trundle, and honestly, I don't blame him. I think this champion's awesome right now too.
It's so powerful. I think, honestly, it leads so well to what they've been trying to do, which is they've constantly been on the early side of an early versus late game team composition, and giving yourself a trundle specifically in that scenario where you want to be pushing the tempo is absolutely perfect for what this team needs. And they are going to once again lock in the Thresh. I think Spheric has made a good case for himself as the finals MVP. They do win this game, and putting himself on a carry hooking champion like a Thresh.
Absolutely, Colonel. I mean, come on. Spheric has looked amazing Game 1, point and click on the Leona. Amazing Game 2 on the Thresh. The Nautilus game left some to be desired, but that game was a pretty hard one within itself. And again, back on Thresh 4, back on Thresh 5, he is here, but back below, getting the Mundo locked back in. He wants to go where he pleases once more.
And remember, as soon as Mundo got an early lead, he looked nigh unkillable. He's tower diving, taking double digits of tower shots and shrugging it off. He can be so oppressive if he gets that early gold. And now, very similar to their other Game 3 blue draft, if they do lock in, it actually is going to be the Rel. This is the first time we've seen that this series.
Wow, we really are seeing a different angle from VBU in Game 5 as Ridley is going on to the Mundo to try to answer... onto the Aatrox to try to answer this Mundo early. It is a good matchup, though Mundo, again, does outscale, but maybe with the Trundle being able to shut the Mundo down, this is their way to attack Mundo in the draft. With that said, Rel did get buffs on this patch, and she is broken right now. She has climbed almost 2% in win rate, and honestly, I think that even though gold is a little slow to adapt to the meta, they've adapted really well here by picking this Rel champ.
Yeah, we'll see. I think that it, again, is not something I think of when I'm looking at Islamic, but honestly, he has been surprising me so far this series, so we'll see if he's able to do it again this time on something like the Rel. Now as we go into the main phase, it's all focused on that mid lane, getting rid of the Sylas, getting rid of the Aurelia that we have never seen, and now we never will. Seraphine that we saw last game as well as Victor. Game 3 taken off. Now Flippa maybe taking their own shot at that Aphelios carry.
Are we going to see Riv 60 on Aphelios in Game 5? Yes, we are! For the first time I've ever seen it. Flippa are locking in Aphelios, and honestly, if it's any time for these two teams to adapt to the new meta, it's now. This is such a different draft in terms of champion selection from games 1 through 4, and Colonel, it's getting me so excited to load into lobby and see the action unfold as the Jinx is the answer for Toxin. He's played this champ a lot in the season, and although I don't know how it pairs with the Rel, it's still a very strong hyper carry for himself as well.
very interesting how much is changing in Game 5. We have not seen either of these bot laners, and now it's gonna be Azir in the mid lane. To be honest, I didn't even know Kyton played this.
Yeah, Colonel, honestly, me as well, but at the end of the day, it is in his style. He's an AP DPS player, and though Azir does have control with the Sand Soldiers, Kyton is a Kale gamer, Kyton is a Corki gamer, Kyton is an Azir gamer. He loves to play these heavy DPS champions in the mid lane, but Flippa with a response of their own, the Vigar going mid, and another change of pace. I don't know what's going on, Colonel.
Honestly, incredibly surprising, but I love to see it. The Game 5 pivots, they're pulling out all the stops to try and secure this championship, and I'm so here for it. There's so many differences. Honestly, I think the Vigar pick is really strong. Aatrox into the Mundo is going to be able to constantly knock off that passive. Mundo won't be able to immune much CC, so adding more so that Mundo maybe can't go where he pleases might be really strong for Flippa here.
It might be indeed. I think that their draft has attacked the Mundo really well. But with that said, Colonel, they have the Jinx Rockets, they have the Azir poke. There is a lot of range in this comp. And we're talking about how Mundo's been trapped out of this game, but Aatrox has as well. Aatrox can't really get in and dive. Who's he gonna dive on? The Mundo? He's in a position that's really awkward for him as well. So both top laners might just be left on an island this series. There's a lot for us to see, but when it's all said and done, Colonel, we're at the final moments of EGL. The stars have aligned. Game 5 in EGL Finals. After draft, who do you have?
Oh, okay, you can't put me in this spot. I think either Spheric is going to put on another clinic, or Akbalo on his second time on the Mundo is going to be carrying VBU to a championship. But I'm not going to put a team. I'm just going to put two players that I think we have to keep our eyes on.
Fair enough, Colonel. And honestly, I've been thinking about it myself as well. I just don't know. I think both of these drafts are good. I think both of these drafts have a lot of execution in them. Aphelios is a hard champion to play. So is Azir. All of the hyper carries from both teams are just under so much pressure to perform on these complicated champions. And honestly, I just really think it comes down to who plays better on the night. So I think that I'm gonna leave my vote off the table. I think that it's on execution, and I think whoever's feeling it in the moment is gonna win it. I think we're gonna rather see than a game plan be executed. We're gonna see a late game team fight in the moment decide the game.
Absolutely, I can 100% respect that. We are going to take a quick break as we load onto the Rift for Game 5 EGL Grand Finals for Season 1, VBU vs Flippa. Don't go anywhere.
sea, and this story stays with me like a haunting melody. What do spirits say? What do spirits say in a darker day? What do spirits say? When the mist is all gone, there's something inside the water. Don't know where they're coming from. They are free to roam above the sea, and their story stays with me like a haunting melody. What do spirits say? What do spirits say in a darker day? What do spirits say?
If I were to the sea, baby, I never say, for I will fall into the light. Every time I try to breathe, the moon will rise and carry me, for I've loved and I have died. So I won't hold back, and you should know that was never gone, just have regrets. So I won't go back, oh Lord, got me to forget the time I lost with no regrets, and the moon shine back again. And the moon shine back again. When I drove down to my base, while I blame the world's neglect, then I shine right back again. So I won't hold back, and you should know getting harder. You turn my heart up, throw me in water. I'm getting higher just to feel ya, 'cause I need to.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are here ready for Game 5. VBU Krypton taking on Flippa United is going to be a banger. And we've got a crazy different draft compared to the expectations laid out in the first four. This is set to be an amazing finale.
It absolutely is, Colonel, and the drafts are as spicy as could be, with VBU and Flippa both pulling out some new picks. The 5-point is the standard. We are playing a lot of scaling champions, and for the first time ever, I guess, besides the difference between Mundo and Aatrox, there's not a big difference in scaling here between both sides, so we could see it just be what team executes better in the moment, fight to fight.
It just sounds awesome for the pivotal moment to secure yourself the championship of the inaugural split of EGL. Cannot wait to get to those late game team fights, but we still have a whole early game to get to, and it looks like we'll be pretty stock standard. I don't think anyone would want to coin flip their game on an early level 1 in the game 5 in this most important game of your split. And both junglers will be starting on the top side, pathing their ways down.
They will, and that is the standard for these players. Throughout the most of the series, we did see some pretty cool variations from both of them in games 3 and 4, but we're back to what we know best on champions that we've been playing pretty well. Again, the Trundle looking to maybe do that 3-camp clear into the invade, potentially. Allfire looking to full clear on the Diana. There's, there's a lot of things that you can pick up from the spectator's point of view, but I wonder what the players have picked up in game and what the other jungler thinks the other one's going to do.
We will have to see. We'll be going straight over to his bottom side. We'll see if that does spell potentially an early play for Darkfire, as his bot lane is being pushed in. Toxin and Islamic getting the early level 2, trying to hold themselves to start to already build a CS lead for themselves. And now we'll see if Darkfire tries to make a pounce on that.
Yeah, let's see if he does. And I mean,
that's a flash. Oh, the hook does not land. The pillar is still there. Islamic is slowed down, but unable to get CC. But now the flame forcing out the flash. And some decent damage is traded. Allfire is here, but just a little bit late. That is the difference between doing one camp on your top side comparing to doing your whole top side.
And Colonel, I think something important to note with the patch changes, if you're a bit of a numbers nerd, Islamic was able to change forms 2 seconds earlier because of the Rel buffs, and I think if Trundle appeared at that time and it was old Rel would not have been able to get back into the correct form to escape. So very interesting thing happening there, showing the buffs in action a little right off the bat, potentially saving Islamic's life, as Allfire is now looking to make a play.
That
was Islamic's real
almost. I think.
Oh no, that wasn't. It wasn't.
It was an X-Pac. That was a scary thing. Oh, but Darkfire actually burning Chitin's flash. Did not place the pillar, but the likelihood of getting knocked out of his slide by 1, scary for Chitin. So he will respectfully flash early, and now looks like Trundle's able to get both Scuttle Crabs for himself.
He will, and again, all over the map, Darkfire is on this Trundle. He's looked so oppressive throughout this series, pathing-wise. It's been really, really cool to see his pathing. Now, he's made some mistakes in his plays, but nonetheless, so efficient, always going up gold against Allfire here. And again, Allfire kind of staying a little too long in this bot side, showing up again, waiting in that try. Nothing to come of it, as the game, again, a scaling game we're going to be seeing here. A lot of farming, maybe a slower pace than what we've been used to this series, but nonetheless, both junglers looking for that first play.
We'll see where they find it. Trundle is on the top side, although his top laner is pushed in, potentially trying to just hover here to make sure Ridley is able to shove in the wave without getting ganked. Diana is on the top side, so that is good intuition by him, but he will channel his back regardless, and with the Drake just spawning, it will be the Infernal, the first Drake on the map.
It will, and I mean, again, Colonel, that does mean that there's no Infernal Soul on the table here. We've actually seen it twice this series. It's been a lot of Infernal Drakes and a lot of damage as long as caught.
That's a
Ooh.
bit close, but they end up not going in on it. Riv has not the greatest gun combination, and Severum is almost used up. He's out of ammo, and he will be trying to swap that out. So they decide against pulling trigger, but I think Krypton did spot Allfire there.
He may have, or at least Allfire spotted out Corito as he was doing his Raptors. Who knows who saw what on their monitor? But with that said, it looks like Flippa are looking to take an early Drake here. Allfire is in the area. They have to fight for it. But I don't think that's something Darkfire is willing to do, as he's going to back off and do some camps.
Allfire clearing out the vision as Darkfire continues to kill. That will be the Gromp. He is actually a decent bit of CS behind a couple camps now. So he will just continue his clear, and he actually is going to be clearing up to his top side. So it looks like they're not going to be prioritizing this Drake at all.
I think they were looking for the window if it was given to them, but I don't think that the Trundle wants to wait around too long to get far behind. He is a bit slower early on in clearing his jungle than the Diana, as actually Ridley's looking for an all-in.
Enforcing out sadism out, and now that's going to be using ultimate of his own. Akbalo has a ton of healing at his disposal, but Ridley Prime does as well, and now he will be able to force into this tower. He is trying to shove in, but the CS is actually pretty even, so at the end of the day, it seems all is well that ends well.
All is well that ends well, and it looks like Diana, again, just waiting around in this bot side, considering whether or not to make a play on bottom, whether or not to start the Drake. The flash is in.
This time it may pay her dividends as Spheric will be locked up. It's going to be so much damage. The heal is massive, but no. First blood going over to Toxin in Game 5 is what you like to see straight onto the Jinx. That's the person you want to play to. Getting Jinx hyper-scaled earlier will pay them dividends, and now he's able to push in on the bot side.
He absolutely is able to push in, and that is the Drake as well. And I mean, early plays finally working out for Allfire. He waited around a pretty long time to make it happen, but he made it happen nonetheless. And Ridley Prime's looking for an all-in. Mundo has no ultimate.
Akbalo is taken down so low. Now he's finally being forced out to flash, but the Q, the sweep spot does not land. But Ridley Prime, he doesn't care. He has the damage, and he will take himself a solo kill after trading for that Drake.
He will, and as the Drake does go down and the bot lane resets, Aphelios may be able to get a decent base off on his own. I wonder how much the First Blood is going to affect the item buys as Jinx gets Noon Quiver, Pickaxe, Boots, and that is a lot of gold spent. I wonder what Aphelios is going to be able to get for himself. It might just be the dagger instead, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that item difference mattered in the next all-in, because again, as I say time and time again, so much of this series has been decided in the 2v2 bottom so far. I would be shocked if it wasn't going to continue in that fashion.
Absolutely, we'll have to keep our eyes on both of these AD carries as they start to scale up. And now, remember, we do have a little bit of a difference in the mid lane. This is the biggest difference from the earlier games. Is this time around we have heavy scaling on both sides. Ysir, of course, known for his late game power, but Vigar, will always start to get stronger. He constantly is stacking as he farms, and Corito has his chance to be a late game carry of his own.
He does, and again, the hyper scaling from these players. It's a little interesting to see that Game 5, these players, maybe nerves are getting to them, maybe just not willing to play these early game high execution champions, rather sit back and scale. It's showing us a very different dynamic of at least Flippa. This is something that we're very comfortable seeing in VBU, although the champions have changed. Seeing Flippa in this style is so interesting to me, and I wonder how Corito is going to look and Riv is going to look in the late game on these champs as there's a fight in the bot lane.
This is Severum and Crescendum. This is the perfect weapon combo to get the most damage, and Riv finds the snipe with the Moonlight Vigil, and that's going to be his first kill on the board.
And again, they find the fight when Aphelios has red-white, and that's something you can't do. It happened in Game 4, and VBU were able to punish, and now Flippa in Game 5 are able to find the same thing as Darkfire looks for more when there's nothing to be found. And again, lots of value back onto this Aphelios. He is on one.
Yeah, and the player you want to have online, the Riv has shown to be clutch when it counts, but now this is going to be a play on the top side. Being forced out is the world ender, but they will not be able to get anything more. They're not able to get a summoner. Potentially, Ridley is actually the one looking on the offensive, but now as the moon falls, so much damage, and he overestimated using the flash anyway. 2 ultimates, but they secure the kill, and now they have the Rift Herald.
And that's a huge mistake from Ridley. He was out all fire, wasn't able to make a play, but he opts into trying to do it all himself, and you just can't do that. He tries to find the huge outplay, and because he tried to find the huge outplay, he gets punished, and that's a huge gold swing going over to VBU, as now, out of nowhere, there's a 1k gold lead to their name.
And now having themselves an advantage is something that we haven't always seen for VBU. Flippa did have good early advantages in the previous games. Sometimes they were not able to fully pressure that, but they always had themselves at least something. Ooh, Krypton has a lot of damage in the mid lane. Potentially that is warding off the gank, because now I don't think Darkfire, I think he might have wanted to try and make a play there before then, but you can't really make a play when Krypton is 1 auto away from death.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, all is well that ends well, as I think that all is going to cost us Krypton's teleport, which Krypton may be teleporting all by himself anyway. So all is well that ends well, as Drake is going to spawn in 50 seconds, and honestly, both teams are in a decent position to take this fight. I wonder how this is going to unfold. Are Flippa going to contest it, or is it going to go over for free?
And important to note, it is a Cloud Drake spawning. That means that whatever soul spawns will be one of the highest prize, either an Ocean Soul or Mountain Soul, on the table for both of these late scaling teams. So both of them wanting to stack Drakes, and now potentially prioritizing more than would have assumed at the first Drake.
Yeah, Colonel, and it looks like the position has gone over to Flippa as well. And if we look at the TPs, there are no TPs. So whoever walks first, and it looks like it's Akbalo, may have the advantage in this fight. But could actually be walking into a trap here, as they are 5v4. It looks like because of that, even though they had the position, they almost have to give it up instantly. But
oh no, Spheric. Rare miss on the hook, but it's an important one, and now Riv has to walk away. He is forced away from the rest of his team from that play, and at the end of the day, VBU finds himself the second Drake, and they're on to a very quick pace for potential Ocean Soul.
They are indeed, Colonel, but with that said, they do allow Ridley Prime to get that XP and get that gold in the top side and some plates of his own. Maybe it's a sacrifice they make for the 1v1 play.
Oh, you cannot miss those. He uses his flash as well. That is a flash ultimate out of Krypton. And Krypton, he did not even have his flash to dodge it. Just does not land.
It does not. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's tough to see his flash be burned. Krypton escapes with his life, and honestly, even though they did get the Drake, the gold lead has been stabilized a little, though it was a small one in the first place by allowing Ridley Prime in the top side. If we could have a gold graph from production, I'd love to see where the leads, the small leads lie, and if they're in any particular lane or not. It looks like, okay, pretty even, ADC pretty even, top pretty even. It's actually even all around the map, and as Akbalo gets first tower, he's getting engaged on.
The pillar to stop him from escaping. He still has Sadism proccing to give him the heal, but the knockups are coming in from Ridley. This will be very hard to escape, but finally they're out of CC, but they do still have the damage. Can they get the last ticks? Yes! Ridley, with one last Darkened Blade, will find himself the kill as his second kill on the board.
They do find another kill, and honestly, Ridley Prime has been very, very strong in this game. He did make a huge mistake by giving up his life when they had the Rift Herald, but with that said, a very solid performance from him thus far in this game, and especially in last game, but Mundo giving his life for the tower does put them up a pretty significant amount of gold, and as mid tower falls as well, and a TP onto maybe bot tower, Colonel, they're trying to take all 3 tier 1s.
They're looking for the play onto Riv. He has blue, purple. He's going to flash out of the initial engage. Severic has himself the stasis, and now Islamic, he actually is going to die to the tower shot, and they're going to try their best to outplay this. Toxin has to heal to survive, and it may not have been clean, but they get themselves the double kill.
They do, and they commit all 5 to do just that as Krypton flashes forward, but no R comes through.
You have to pre-lock your R before you flash to get that in immediately. He tries to do it the other way around. Now Toxin with the rocket from downtown, and they can run him down further, get their mid laner as well as 2 more kills. Ridley Prime is the only one left to push in the top side, but they will lose so much in this bot lane.
They will, and they're trying their damnedest to trade it back through Ridley, but with that said, that's going to be a bonus tower falling in the bot side. They're going to get an early tier 2, I believe. Actually, I thought I saw something different on the minimap. I lie. Their tier 2 stands, so at the end of the day, Ridley's able to trade back something, but that's a huge team-coordinated dive from VBU, finding all 3 tier 1s in 16 minutes, and that's going to accelerate your game, putting you up 2,000, and it's looking strong from VBU this far.
Yeah, there was a little bit of miscommunication. I'm pretty sure the heal that Toxin used after he started taking tower shots could have saved Islamic from being that trade kill, taking the tower shots. But regardless, Toxin does find himself 3-0-2. He has been played too heavily, but he has the gold, and he is in prime position to carry this game for VBU.
I mean, he absolutely is. He has all the tools he needs. Again, also important to note, back below, incredibly strong on this Mundo. Again, how scary has he been on this champion in this playoff series? But Toxin and Akbelow for the side of VBU having all the tools they need in the early game to transition and carry, and it is up to them to find these plays, Colonel. With Drake spawning in 45 seconds, everybody has to be here and has to be here on time to take this fight, because you need to stop the snowball if you're Flippa. You cannot put them on soul point this early. They are also a scaling comp. You need to take this fight now with your summoners.
Riv 60 has himself the Severum and Crescendum combo. So he's going to be doing a lot of healing, a lot of close range damage, but it's very hard to be able to use that right. You have to be set up brilliantly, and he needs his team to help him do that. But now that is the TP coming out, they're getting both their carries in here, and it's VBU who's trying to walk them down, but TPs have commenced, and now Krypton walking up maybe a little bit far, but Akelo is going to take a lot of damage. He is so tanky, but that's a beautiful Moonlight engage. That's so much damage, and they'll be shredded alive. There is nothing left for Flippa. Spheric has to watch his team die, and they'll get themselves the Drake.
And Colonel, just like that, the gold lead goes from 2,000 to 4,000, and VBU are a commanding lead in Game 5 of EGL Finals. They've been put in such a strong position to win this series. The setup is so good, and let's see how it all unfolds. Below walks in first. He knows that Mundo can go where he pleases. The Vigar cage is so good here, but the damage is just not able to be put down onto Akbelow before the rest of the team arrives. Ridley tries to go into the backline, but as he goes into the backline, Allfire finds a huge moonfall into the entire team of Flippa, and just like that, the gold lead has grown, and Soul Point and Rift go over to VBU.
That is such a big swing in their advantage. Now, Aphelios, he is still 2-2, but he needs more time to really come online. He needs to wait for Krypton to finally get powerful in his own right, and it's starting to look very dire. There's 4 minutes until this time is ticking down, and at that point, they have to fight.
They do, Colonel. It's actually looking very dire at this point for the side of Flippa, as both scaling comps. One is being put on a timer, and One's already clocked in and they're there. They're here for work. And they're getting paid on the job, and VBU up this 5,000 gold and soul point, and Baron spawning soon. There's so much for Flippa that they have to prepare for and fight now, but they're just not in a position to do it just yet. And that is going to prove very, very dangerous as they have to find picks to get back into this game.
We'll see what they can try and find. All eyes should be on Spheric. He has been playing out of his mind, and if he can get a pick, it will be on him, but maybe he is the one being picked. It's Islamic with the massive engaged Toxin on a rampage, and he will find himself 2 quick kills, and it looks like the snowball doesn't stop rolling for VBU.
It doesn't indeed, Colonel, and I think that's going to just be straight on to Baron with the bot lane dead, one of the strongest members of Flippa at the moment, not there to play. The Baron is going to fall to 8,000, and I just don't think they can step in.
Islamic is trying his best to keep them out of the pit. Darkfire is nowhere near it to even attempt to get this smite, and now they could potentially look for the fight here. Corrido does place down the cage to keep his team from getting engaged upon, but the gold lead has ballooned. It's already massive, and as before, the Baron power play has even begun.
Exactly, Colonel, and honestly, with the amount of range and siege that VBU have, it's up to Flippa to throw down the cage or find the hook from Spirit or find the play that gets them back into this series. They need to find a mistake that VBU are making and punish it, because if they don't find the punish, VBU can just stick together and walk into the base and basically take whatever they want.
And now the time is ticking down. The Rift Herald actually being spawned up in the mid lane. They will try to siege. There are 3 members here to defend, but this tower is going to fall. The Baron is too much. The Rift is too much. Spheric looks for the hook, but he cannot find it. Now with a minute 30 until Ocean Soul spawns, Flippa's time is running out.
Flippa's time is running out, and if you're VBU, you're just looking for that angle. You're looking for a way to end the series, and here's the fight!
There's the hook. They're trying to look for the engage. They find the kill. Corrido will take that one, but the moonfall is massive. Double kill to Kyton. Of course, it's him to carry his team straight down to a victory. He gets the briefcase from Akplo to finish off the 80 carry, and Corrido is actually getting run down. He goes where he pleases. Tower shots be damned. That is the ace. 22 minutes in. I think VBU have done it. I think VBU have just won EGL Season 1.
And Colonel, just like that, they find a 22-minute game at the earliest we've seen in this series, and it's absolute domination. Flippa United try to play in to the scaling of VBU Krypton and get bit for it, and just like that, Colonel, EGL comes to a close.
We have ourselves champions, VBU Krypton. They had an incredible run. They got kicked out by this very team in a best-of-3 round 1, and they 3-0'd their way straight through losers bracket to get their rematch. And in Game 5, they make it happen.
They do, Colonel, and honestly, when we look at the season as a whole, VBU's comeback story from the bottom to the top is so amazing to see, because honestly, after they lost to Monkeys Rising and went into the losers bracket, and there was a lot of roster changes and a lot of stuff that went wrong for them, they thought that they were out for the season, but they came back, and they came back strong. And just like that, Colonel, they found themselves an EGL championship. But guess what, Colonel? It's on us. We get to make the call. We're talking about it a little, but we, as the casters, get to decide who is the finals MVP. And between you and me, I think it's pretty unanimous. I'll let you take it away from here, though.
Oh, it's so impossible to say any other name. He was the reason that they got here in the first place. I have to give so much credit to him and him alone. Kyton, he was a man above the rest. Take a bow. You made a show out of EGL. You made a show out of playoffs, and you deserve every bit of accolades in your favor.
You heard it from Colonel. Kyton is the Season 1 EGL Finals MVP, and honestly, what a fantastic performance from him throughout the entire lower bracket coming up to finals. Man, did he put his team on his back when he had the opportunity to. But that's not to discredit everybody from VBU playing so fantastically. Islamic with the roams, Toxin with the DPS, All Fire finding the moonfalls when he can, bringing so much pressure away from Draft, being able to play whatever his team needed. Back below being able to just, sometimes style on him, sometimes frontline. The man's a dynamic player. Maybe sometimes he sprints it, but sometimes he carries. And at the end of the day, no team is perfect, but they really were able to bring 5 pieces together and find the victory.
Absolutely. That is the makeup of a true championship caliber roster. Congratulations again to Valor Bulls United. Krypton, you guys deserve this. You are EGL Season 1 champions. And thank you guys so much for watching. This has been me and Paka for all of this season. It's been such a privilege to be able to cast for all of you guys. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you next season.